Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say
Greetings, and salutations. So Isaac just now and disappear.
I'm here.
Greetings, one and all. Everybody can hear me all right? Thumbs up. Isaac?
Yeah, man. I hear you loud and clear, loud and clear.
All right. So we should be good to go.
All right, blessings.
There we go.
All right. Long as you hear me. And after today, because now I want to say blessings to Nadine, Ideal Simpson. I see you, Claudia Fletcher, Carla Ebanks, Sunshine, John Scott, Nia Bren. Everybody present today, Veronica Gale, Janet, Anne-Marie, Essa, BCA Smith, JP, Coral Allen. Those that I served. Sharon Clark, Nordia, Ingrid, Shirley, Prime Care Pharmacy, Eco. That's fine. Frederick Bryan. Yeah, anybody miss me live? And all of a sudden, me KFC. I'm serious about that too. Janet Chikor. Janet Chikor. No, I just saw. Sorry, I missed you live. Gwendolyn Hall, Ann Taylor, Nerine Dennison, B.C. Smith. Yeah, Ratty will be with us soon, Christine Gilbert, Joycelyn Williams, Nordia, I'm a big up already, Jason Kane, Tracy Holland, hello. Ekron Sound System, Don, Daphne Neal. No, man, in the present and ready to roll, man. It's going to be an exciting show, but we can't do the reasoning without Mr. Rattigan, so I'm just holding space. Janet, Angela Cole, and Howard Britton. I might not getting any notification on content. That's probably because you don't subscribe to my channel.
That's why. Subscribe?
That's it. That's why she not getting a notification. And she come and confess on the Rattigan show. I'm in my feelings. I'm in my feelings right now. I'm done. I'm not big up nobody else. I like Iceland. How you doing, Diana?
Yeah,
How you
better.
doing? Yeah, I get over things really quick. Nicole Green. Yeah, I'm a real laugh. Wayne Ferron. Big up yourself. Michelle Grayson. BCA Smith. Yellow. Kevin, it look like I forgot to borrow your glasses, you know.
You know, I have a spare one here, I'm telling you, you know.
I said because Nerine telling me about KFC feelings, but I see JFC, so I don't know. Is she talking about the police force or what?
Well,
Good day, Dion.
more that sound like
Daphne.
more than glasses.
We said that's a reading problem. Rosemary Roberts. Jackie P, big up yourself. Angela Cole. What's the word? Parish council, Jordan. You know, parish council and have election figure out. BC. Dolly bless. Yes,
Hey,
Wayne, that is it. Carl Allen said, so Peter Brown said, bless up, family, bless up. Lawrence Howell, I see you. Brian Wilby, blessings. Yeah, bless up the KFC. And me forget the blessings, buy a box of KFC. Janet Chicory said, we are funny. No, we are serious about that. Listen, yeah, I wear glasses and I tell you, I've been reading. You ever hear reading? The last person said I'm working. Well, I've been reading. Past work. Believe me.
but
Norman
but
Montague.
it goes to show that you're always expanding, right? Sat. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you start at level 0, and
Mm-hmm.
the amount of reading what you would know, I don't think I have a number for that. So you
No,
either price.
boy, read the word and then the word. See, the words I'm reading was black, and now the words I'm reading is white. So it kind of,
Mm-hmm.
See, Paris going to say free world boss. Our good, Mr. KFC. Where you say unlimited KFC when world boss free. Jaja's cholesterol is a death
Hey,
sentence that give me. If you
big
are
serious right
near,
there.
oh, so here the KFC work though. It have to come from Jamaica, like when you come to London and everybody bring the patty. So you
Mm-hmm.
have to import the KFC. It's a science. There's levels to this thing. It's like barbecue chicken. You have to. We're not even telling you the locations because if I'm telling you the locations, then the line them I go along, and I like fast service when I'm in Jamaica. So I don't share the locations that I go.
Wait, hold
But
on.
it,
Wait 1 second. I said, you want to tell me
mm-hmm.
there's actually a location in Jamaica that you can get fast KFC service?
Yeah, wonderful.
No, sir.
Chicken
I don't
always
believe that.
fresh too. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. If you really want good KFC, you just take the highway because them have this new highway. I don't know if you ever start pay for the long leg, but you take the highway and a PJ highway, Highway 2000, and you just drive, and then you go into the Mandeville town, and then the people them did it. You have to make sure say you have change though, because when you're going through the drive-through, them beg you to the week.
No, they said not Mandeville. So I don't know. I said, which part of Mandeville?
The
Wherever you
man
go,
right in the man
Mandeville.
right in the town. Now they don't know what shut up. When they can't argue with me upon that. Me leave
What
Kingston
you
and
think
drive go Mandeville. Context really matter.
Forever young, much love. And big up to my sister Liz. Big up. You know, Liz, unless you're is it the veggie KFC? Veggie KFC, Liz? Seriously? You know, I actually have a sister named Liz. So I don't know. But where is Mr. Rattigan? He'll be with us shortly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This must be the only person I know that have an opening act for his broadcast.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell people, I have to say this. you know, as the hype man to Reason with Rattigan show, because I start the show and then Herb, you know, it was like the hype him come on when the dance ram and things. So I'm catching my practice. So and when I go on tour with the greats, I don't feel no way. I just do what I have to do. So that's how it goes. So all my
But
people
me,
in
I
the
know you hype
house,
man.
say KFC. No, you're the web technician savior, internet, audio, visual, connector, sophisticator, reasoning Ratigana, broadcasting, reggae global, yeah, technician person with all the intellect. You should say
That's
stuff. You should say words like jinkies because you have all the answers. Yeah.
the Scooby Squad.
Yeah. Oh, you know. Gang, let's split up, gang. I don't believe that. You see what I mean? You see why you need Kevin for everything. Kevin know everything you're talking about. I couldn't even get that joke off. I couldn't even get the joke off. You just killed my vibe. And I was on a roll too, you know. You see what I'm doing? You see what I'm doing?
I can't manage. Anyway,
Yes,
people,
Anthony.
as we are here, go ahead and like, share, subscribe. You know, do your due diligence. On a slightly more serious note, business wise, to keep the foundation
Thank you,
going, to
Queen.
keep
Yes.
action going, it's important that we send in $1. And I say $1 simply because of this. If sorry, Nareen, I don't know. I think it's in my blood from before. ISAT just helped to bring it out. It's in it. It's important that
Mm-hmm.
if, as much as we can, we do our little bit to contribute to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and we can do so if in a few ways. Every week you come on to, if you don't remember to do it before, every week that you come on to Reason with Rattigan, if you go to ONJ One Jamaica, OJLDF. You have to think about it
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. It's like reciting the last 4 years social. So every week when you come on to Reason with Rattigan, you can use that as a reminder. Just go to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF.org, and click on that donate button and donate $1. If everybody on the broadcast every week donate $1, individually, you have donated
Mm-hmm.
$52 at the end of the year, right? But when you have over 1,000 people donating $1 every week, let's put things into a little bit more perspective. Isat, you operate legally
Mm-hmm.
in Jamaica. What does it cost, generally speaking, when you somebody comes to you to represent them and now you're presenting their case? What kind of cost is it that people are looking at? And
Oh,
just
so
put things in perspective.
my response to this, and I'm being really serious, is a whole heap of money to litigate. Litigation
Mhm.
costs a lot of money. If you even want to think about remember, you know, there's formalities in the court. Yeah, if you go into court of appeal, you have to have at least depending on what it is, about 6 copies of the same documents, multiple. So you have bundles and stuff like that. So copying alone is very expensive. The
Mhm.
reproduction of the documents, binding the documents, especially if you're not a flanky lawyer and you really want to present yourself and have respect for the court and have deal with the court, giving them documentation that they can easily access through
Right.
bindings and tabs and stuff like that, is costly. And so we take things for granted because there's this perception that people are that the court system in Jamaica is a party shop. It really isn't. So litigation is expensive, including writing a letter. Sometimes you write a letter and the person on the other side is so difficult, they're gonna write back, then you're gonna write back, then you're gonna write.
Mhm. Mhm. Where your sound gone, Isat? Excuse me. Okay. So Isat, your sound, I don't know where it went just now. If it has something to do with you not maximizing Starlink because of where you are. I don't know if you can do something about that. But your sound just went. You just went mute, Isat. I'm still not hearing you. Still not hearing you. Not hearing you, Isat. You might have to reconnect. But and so I say that to say this. If we can each do that $1 each week, nobody has to say they're going to amass this whole heap of funds to make a one-time donation. $1 each week. Everybody, beat up my mic. Sorry. Everybody, $1 every week. And as you come on and your friends come on, you ask them, you put your dollar? Where your dollar? And everybody just do them dollar. Not carnival dollar. We can't use that. We mean real dollar. Everybody put $1 every week. And then that will go towards what is needed to represent the people of Jamaica. Because the people of Jamaica that are coming up and putting their argument, bringing their issues to the fore. When one Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation say, hey, yes, we are helping you. We are taking on this case. Welcome back, Isat.
I need to get my glasses. I can't see.
As long as you can't say I'm not nasty, we're good. But the more we do it, the more the foundation can stand up and represent and defend the people of Jamaica. Because the powers that be in Jamaica already have their things lined up. And it has been this way all the time, from time immemorial. It's not just now. It's not that it's just this particular government. When I talk about government, me personally, when I talk about government, I'm talking about whomever is in power, whichever party it is, because they pretty much operate off the same structure. Whereas they may do their own thing and drop the next man thing because it's not their thing. I don't know. But what this organization has come around to do is something that has never been done. And so for those who get up in arms and say, boy, what is a protest for? What difference is that going to make? Well, how would you know if we've never done it? And since we've never done it, we're going to do it now and we're going to see what kind of difference it makes. The other thing is, typically, people talk. And now there's action behind the talk. So you have, when I say you, I mean all the listeners. Those on Reggae Global Radio right now, those on affiliates of Reggae Global Radio who are taking this broadcast, those who are here on YouTube Live, everybody. How many people up on here right now? 736, 738 and counting. Everybody that is on right now, passing it on, sharing the word with their friends, they will be met with resistance, some of them. Some people have arguments to say, hey, listen, create the avenue so when you're live on air, we can just go on the screen to make a donation. It's there. It's right here. If I point in, right there. Should be right about there. You see that QR code right there? That one. Hold your phone up to it. And it takes you straight to where you need to be. And for the majority of the broadcast, this QR code is there. So just hold it up, give you $1. Every week, $1. You can set up a recurring payment, $1. Recurring donation, I should say. $1. And everybody put their $1. Because as Isat was saying, and Isat, so now you come back, you decide to mute
No, I mute. Yeah. I had to make sure that my audio and my visual was connecting and trying to get your attention, but I think I'm synced now. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. We won't talk about
but I
you
was
being...
hearing you. I think what peer persons are saying is that they have a difficulty in terms of being able, the ease of donating. Like there's
Mhm.
I don't know, like they call it super chat or something. Just something where you can just click a button and the person instantly gets it. So I don't know, maybe from your side, people have Zelle and people have those other things that makes it convenient for people to send money. I think that's really what the issue is for a lot of
Yeah,
people.
well, the difference is
Mm,
um, with a lot of the lives that people do, where they put up their little link, you click on the link and it's going through the platform that they're doing the live on to
mm,
come to them.
mm,
Versus in this case, this is the organization. But one of the things that we want, not only just the money, and when I say we, I'm putting myself in a group that
for
as a
for
control.
Rattigan here. Mm.
So
One
one
Jamaica
of the things,
legal defense fund.
yeah, the OJLDF, one of the things that they want is people to go to the site. They want people to visit the site because that helps too. So go ahead and
But
visit
I
the
know
site. Look
what.
at
But I'm not cutting you. But I know what the problem
yeah.
is. If they wanted the people to visit the site, they would put my picture on it. People in the comments, tell the truth. More pictures of me on the one Jamaica this site, then
All
more
right.
traffic would come there. Yeah.
So we're lobbying for ISAT's image on the website, and we'll see
Yeah.
how that goes
Yeah.
with the foundation. So
I'm
they
not gonna say everything, but yeah, we got pictures up there. Go to the site and you see why you go donate some money. Yeah.
Happy Sabbath Wellness Warrior. Um,
I know they
boy.
roasted me in the chat today. I know. Let me
Yeah,
go
after
check
that.
it.
After that.
You see? Hell eats with cool say, yeah. Nor they
So
send some money. Nor they send money.
no. Well, I'm not
Maria
even
said,
sure
why
at this
wouldn't the
point.
lawyer in Jamaica have an idea how much it would cost to litigate a particular matter? I think it's price gouging. Price gouging? No, you have all different
And this is
type
why
of
I
lawyer.
asked you
What do
to
you mean
explain a
price
little bit.
gouging?
This is
Anyway,
why I asked you
you
to
have to take
explain a
that
little
up
bit.
with the big shots there, Mario. That's not a question for me.
Oh, you're not big enough?
No, 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 no,
You have
no.
small chat.
Those questions
I
those
want pop.
questions are usually questions geared at sending ISA to a particular place. I'm just a little old black man. I don't have no Chinese or no other races, that gives me status in Jamaica to say things that others can say and get away with. So I'll leave that alone.
Okay, so
Mhm.
ladies and plenty men, you've heard it from the man himself. He's not a big shot, he's a one pop.
As long as me's not a gully bop, yeah? Just make that clear.
May his soul rest in peace.
All
Um,
right.
but yeah, go ahead and somebody said they need a proper PayPal on the website.
I agree. I concur.
All right,
As a tech
because
person, you need to work that out. Kevin.
you see, I'm a tech person, but I'm not involved in everything. But I can put in a word. I can put in a word.
Oh, you're not
So
involved in anything.
if
That explains why on Thursdays when I get into technical difficulties and I shout your name, you don't
I know,
appear.
see this brother.
Jinkies. Jinkies.
Listen,
But I must say this. I'm really happy and excited to be here tonight. But I have a big matter coming up next week, and I tell you, say, it is crunch time, and
hmm
yeah. Not, I mean, the tension is not high for me, but I can feel it in the air. Like when I even walk on the streets of London, people are like, "Yo, yeah." So it's
mm.
really that, yeah.
So everybody's saying free world boss.
Everybody's saying, "Are you ready?"
That part.
Yeah. So there's a
But
process, read, sleep, eat, brush your teeth, repeat. Yeah.
mhm,
And then when the time comes, you execute.
right. But as long as people get the big picture though, as it
Mm-hmm.
relates to the donation thing, I'll definitely see what can happen with that PayPal thing for you guys as an option as to donate. I haven't checked recently what all the options are on the website, but I'll definitely look into it as a suggestion from the people that are actually going to be using it. That's important. That kind of feedback is important, and don't think that your feedback is worth nothing. It's worth everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll pass it on. I suspect the rebel will be back with us shortly. I'll tell you all this as soon as he comes in and takes over. I will be taking my leave, only to come back on Reggae Global Radio at 8 p.m. for Saturday Stew, where I get to mix up some musical stew. The first part of my broadcast tonight I'll be dedicating to members of my alma mater. I went to St. George's College in Jamaica, and I'll be recognizing some artists that have contributed to the music coming out of St. George's College. And I will have a secret ingredient this evening who is also a St. George's College alumni. So, those of you who can make it, 8 o'clock, Reggae Global Radio, you get to see me and listen to me all at the same time. Easy peasy. All right, cool.
There you
Now,
go. Ian Crooks, I see you. Jackie Graham, I also see you. The comments are loud, the comment section is loud. Very
yeah, man.
interesting.
Yeah.
But when Ratty come, I'm gonna have to make sure him know that we have to do a show dedicated to Meadowbrook. Because the radio people them start them alma mater business and talk about them a dedicated show to school where they're downtown. On the good side of downtown and the purple side they cross the street and them starting the school wars like champs around the corner or something. But Meadowbrook is a
Right.
school too. So when Rattigan come back, we have to make sure have that conversation that we have to have multiple shows to you know pay
Well, he can do
tribute
it.
to people because I don't know went to Meadowbrook. There's enough artists that could go Meadowbrook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rattigan. I saw.
He can do it. He can do it in the relax with the rebel, segment. Yeah, he
yeah. See?
he definitely can do it. Yes, Ziggy went to George's as well as Stephen did. Stephen was 2 years ahead of me at George's. So
I figure there's a particular movie coming out next week, Wednesday, so it moved you to just start to pay tribute to.
no, actually, a friend of mine won a Grammy, and he was at George's this year.
You won a Grammy this year?
Yes,
On which body of work? Just curious. If you want me
Julian.
to. He went to George's as well?
No, my friend went to George's.
Okay.
But
on the body
for
of
his
work
work.
for Julian
For
Marley.
the
All
body
right,
of work.
got
Yes.
you.
Yes. So that is what prompted me to do it. You Robinson asking what about Wilma's girls. I don't think anybody from this group went to Wilma's girls. But big up Wilma's girls are the same.
You see, you start everybody want to know about them school. Just do look. I was let me stop myself because I was gonna say I was gonna get real petty and say some school and a school, but I'm gonna leave that alone. That's a government problem, not mine.
Yeah. Yes, D Marie. Yes, Alpha is George's sister school and JC Lodge. Big up yourself. But yes, so that is what will be happening on the Saturday stew this evening. I don't know how Herb hasn't joined us yet, but things call him away.
Yeah, he might have went to George's.
Not as far as I know.
Which explains why he's late.
But I said earlier, before we got cut off, you were saying how it takes a lot of money with litigation.
Mm-hmm.
That means that on a case by case basis, the amount of money that you have to put into taking a case through the stages may vary,
Mm.
correct?
It ultimately varies. I remember, they notice I make clear, litigation is very expensive. So much so that a lot of times, you realize that, especially in the Jamaican space, that the people won't have money. So that's one of the biggest flaws, is that, send it, like when you breach human rights, you're sending you're sending the citizen to go and petition the court to say you breach my rights and I want compensation. But to do that, they need money. So a lot of times lawyers will have to take the case by contingency, and when they do it on a contingent basis, then what you find is, when they're successful, you recover costs from the government or recover costs from the party. Especially if it's personal injury or something like that, you recover the cost. But, one of the reasons also why they say you don't sue, a man of straw. When people broke a lot of money, it don't make no sense to sue them because nothing gonna come out of it. And it's probably it accounts for why there's so much indiscipline in the society at large. But, those are just that's my opinion, or how I perceive the law to be in that space. If I'm correct to say that. Somebody said, which high school won the most, the Costa Cup championship? The best person to ask that is the man on TVJ. Keisha, what's the name of the man on TVJ? Neville, because he's a coach from George's. Kevin would know that. So he can say about the Costa Cups and and Manning Cup and stuff like that. Yeah, if I'm right. Marjorie Hastings Blessing, Hugh Rowe Botham, Cornwall College. Oh, everybody putting them name. Where the Meadowbrook people at? Meadowbrook. Stacy Heath, big up yourself. Look at the Hamilton, Legris Beckford, Clarendon College, Stella Gray. I said there must be some rules as far as cost and charging clients would, and where would you find such a document? I'm sure you can go to the Supreme Court and ask Madam Registrar, because usually in the case it says cost should be taxed if not agreed. So the best thing to do is seek guidance from the Supreme Court. Or you can always you can go to the Bar Association or the GSC. They're best suited to kind of give you an idea of what you need to do. Or the better situation, the best thing to do is not need a lawyer. Life is so much more easier when you don't. Because then you have to find money. You don't have to split up your $13,000 that you get a week from minimum wage to pay lawyers to represent you, especially when people don't like to pay their lawyers. K Sue, how you do? So yeah, that's really what's going on. Um, Big up yourself. BCA OT. Greetings in a circle. Dagrion Margage. I don't some of these names. Can someone give the link for Mr. Lonesome? I don't know, when Rattigan come, he'll tell you what it is. No, already waiting on the 26th, which is election day. Okay, Marjorie. Monica Wills. All right. And there we go. There we go. Meadowbrook in the house. People was asking about Kevin, you get back your audio? Okay.
Yeah, I was just making sure here. I have too many windows open.
Well, I know somebody who promised that you could sleep with your windows and your doors open, so it's working for you. I'm happy.
Yeah, I can. You know what? I wouldn't even sleep with my windows and doors open where I
No,
am.
well, you just said you had too many windows open, so
Yeah,
I just responded.
yeah, over here, over here.
Okay, context matters.
Context does matter.
Yeah, yes,
It,
yes.
it does matter.
They don't teach you that at George's.
Actually, I learned that one from you. So thank you, sir.
All right, all
Apparently, they
right.
can't teach everything at George's.
Yeah, but that's why we medical people are in the world.
Right. We have to get help from our friends. And there you are.
No, you have to get help from Meadowbrook people.
And my sister, my older sister, she did go to Meadowbrook. And I
Then,
love her
so
dearly.
I'm sure she will agree.
So yes. And I thank you for explaining about the funding, the dollar value when it relates to taking legal action in Jamaica. Because again, people understand when, and this is an individual coming to you. Now you're taking on an organization like the government. This is something that will go deep, wide, far, and will cost a lot of money. And this is why it is important that everybody will throw in a little bit in the basket.
Yeah, you know, people respond to simplicity. So like when we was growing up, they'll just throw the African children on the
Hmm.
thing and then belly swell
Yes,
because they don't get no KFC. And then
right.
the like the English voice will come up and be like, a dollar a day will keep the flies away. Adopt a child
Hmm.
today and for just $18 a month and the child will be yours and we'll send a picture. And if you're a pizza, the same thing happens with the animals. But
Right.
effectively they try to be as simplicity because it's strength in numbers. And so one has to prepare for litigation. For instance, you never know when somebody's going to defame you, and that's defamation, especially in a situation where you're running one of those shows and then you get 30 people or something like that, and then you just go try to shut down government and these things with your 30 people, and then you hear say foreign people can't come on to Jamaica and stuff because you're big
Yeah.
and bad like that, and then you hear, and then they start
Right.
to talk about when they say battery recharge and the recharge good and words to that effect, because interpretation should be left to people who are qualified. And so you read a little thing, but critical thinking has left you. And then you find yourself in a situation where you have to
Hmm.
defend your name, and to do so, especially to keep current affairs running, litigation springs upon you. Anytime you're doing good work, multiple litigation, because the Constitution, as it is framed, is a vertical application, and that's why you must always prepare, especially when you're the face of a 30 mob that's shutting down a country.
Speaking of which, here
I'm
is
not
the fee.
calling any names, but a movie coming out next week, and the man said, "Who the cap fit? Let them
Yeah,
wear it." Yeah,
that's right.
that's
And
right.
in this case, who shot the sheriff?
Well, in this case, I'm the deputy, so I'm alive.
Mr.
Speaking of
Rattigan,
that, ladies
welcome
and
to your
gentlemen,
broadcast.
Mr. Rattigan.
Welcome to your broadcast, sir.
Welcome to your show, Mr. Rattigan.
Would like for you to unmute your mic, please, and thanks.
No, I said thank you, and thanks for holding things down for me with ISAT, because ISAT, you have to kind of like, have channels for him. So there you are. You're his channel.
I said to the boss, man. Context matters. In all things, context matters.
Especially on a Thursday night. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
no, but
Uh,
thank you. All right,
yeah.
Jeff.
Yeah, y'all take care.
All right,
Catch you
cool.
All
later.
right, Kevin, don't stand by, Kevin. You know we're gonna have to shout you. We are not using Starlink.
I'm always here, even if you don't see me. I'm always here.
All right, all right,
All right.
all right.
Kevin, where you there?
Kevin, Home Alone with windows open.
All right, Kevin. We'll talk.
Yeah, man.
All right. All right, folks. Well, thanks to Isat and Kevin for holding down the fort for me. I'm here. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. For information, I need to get this out. Check out Sosobone Network at www.sosobone.com. Sosobone.com. For all of the programs holding the government of Jamaica accountable. Um, it's like one-stop shopping. He's got everything there. I'm sure he's got some programs by ISAT, Lonesome, Jeffrey Tavares, Carlos, everybody. He's got everything there. So check him out. Big up yourself, Trevor. All right. Foundation. I know that you've heard from ISAT and Kevin about the foundation. So please continue to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation as we move forward to holding the government accountable. Like, share, and subscribe the program. Now, let me just start, and Isaac will love this one. You remember last week and for several weeks prior, I was saying that the DPP had written to her and that she needed to let us know what was going on with the former junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Leslie Campbell, and former Speaker Marisa Dalrymple Philibert about their case, because their cases were submitted to Parliament and they were tabled and they were sent out to be for prosecution, and we haven't heard anything. Well, remember last week I put up a letter and I show you where the DPP she basically said, I don't know anything about those cases, and so can't really help you there. So I wrote her back and I said to her, look, you are the chief prosecutor. So there is no reason why you can't tell me what's going on, whether or not these cases are being prosecuted or they're just sitting around collecting dust. And she did respond to me yesterday, I believe, yesterday or the day before. But one of the things the main thing we're looking at, we're trying to make sure that the cases are not dismissed because of the statute of limitations, meaning that the government failed to prosecute within a certain time period, or abuse of process, where the cases have been kept for so long that the courts would feel that it would be an abuse to go forward because the defendants, they've been sitting around waiting for so long. And we're not even sure if the witnesses are available, if documents are still there, and so on and so forth. But here is the letter she sent to me. Kevin, I hope this work. Kevin, it not work. Kevin, where you there? The letter. Yeah. I don't think Isaac has seen this. I don't think you've seen this one, Isaac. But Lisa 6 said the DPP I got dash for the case. Well, Lisa, not if we have something to say about it, we are going to keep checking to make sure that it's not a 9-day wonder. Catherine Dale is Kevin, where you there? Kevin, they're on, man. All right, see, John? Yeah, the top one. That one, yeah. So share. I that, Kevin. Yeah, okay. I that. All right, here we go. All right. Look at the date, February 9th. That was yesterday. So you see, we keep current. We don't keep things long run. But here's what happened. Here she says, let me see if I can enlarge this. And family, this is not only about these cases. This is about a procedure to make sure that cases are prosecuted in a timely fashion. And if you look, you see right there, status of legal proceedings, blah, 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 blah. And here's what she said. I acknowledge receipt of your correspondence dated January 24th and February 8th. She said in the January 22nd letter, to you, okay, in January 22nd, her office told me that the DPP is not involved in any ruling or prosecution of either of the above named individuals. And see what she says right here? To this date, our position remains the same. So we have high-profile cases, and we have the prosecutor is the supreme prosecutor in Jamaica, and she's saying we don't have any visibility on these cases. So basically, leave us alone. Then she said, please be advised that if the file is currently at the Integrity Commission, as stated in your email received on February 8th, which is a mischaracterization. Not sure I said all of that, but I'll go back and review it, DPP. Then she said I should go and talk to Mrs. Keisha Prince Kamika, who is the Corruption Prosecution Division in charge of that. Kind of redirect her inquiries to the Integrity Commission. So she's saying, there's her signature. So she's saying, look, Mr. Rattigan, leave me alone. Go talk to the DPP. Go talk to the IC. No. Let me just say this. I find it kind of strange that the DPP, who is the ultimate prosecutor, to whom the corruption prosecutor reports, because the DPP can set up a mechanism whereby the DPP, the IC prosecutor will be able to prosecute cases. Long story short, she's in charge of, she constitutionally, she's in charge of everything. So she's saying, go talk to this person. No, I have a lot of questions now for this person, because if you remember, they had an investigation of the Prime Minister when he was Minister of Education, and a group of people. And the Integrity Commission decided, or the corruption prosecutor decided not to prosecute. So the question is, did she talk to the DPP about that, or did she just do it on her own? We don't know. So there are lots of questions there. But here is one family that I want you to focus on. And I'm speaking to the DPP now. Madam DPP, it is believed that files were sent to you regarding politicians. And hold on. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, it is believed that files were delivered to the DPP, and the files, they concern parliamentarians or public officials. And they were submitted to her for a decision, a review and a decision. It may very well be that the six that we're talking about, the six politicians, that those files are sitting on her desk. May very well be, not sure. But we believe that there's some files over on her desk right now concerning some politicians. I won't name any names. So I wrote to the DPP and I said, Madam DPP, it is believed that these files are sitting on your desk. Please confirm that you have these files. And if you have these files, please tell us, when should we anticipate your ruling on these files? That email was sent to her Thursday, I believe. So I'm waiting to see what she's going to say. Now, if those files came from the corruption prosecutor, then it's going to be kind of interesting, because she's telling me now, go talk to the corruption prosecutor regarding the prosecution of these, Dalrymple, former Speaker Dalrymple, and former Minister Campbell. So it's going to be interesting to see what her response is going to be. If she's going to tell me it's none of my business, or she's going to tell me, yes, I have those files. Because I'm not asking her to tell me. I'm not asking her for names. I'm just saying, can you tell me if you've received files regarding politicians? And I've named some names. All she has to do is just to say, yes, I have some files. And yes, in short order, I will provide my ruling on it. But if it came from the IC, the Integrity Commission, then you see what's going on here. The person she's telling me, go talk to that person because I don't know anything about the other two. It's this person is, if it came from the IC, this person is asking her to render an opinion. And based on the Constitution and based on the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, that is quite permissible. Quite permissible. So we shall see. Anyway, at midnight, please tune into Reggae Global Radio and relax with the Rebel. Now, February is Reggae Month. And tonight I will be playing a mix-up selection of some of my favorite reggae for the first hour. The second hour is for your requests. So you can send me all the requests you want. I'll play them for the second hour. I'll try and get to all of them, but I don't know if I will be able to, depending on the number of requests I get in.
All right. So make sure you request ISAT, because I'm not in the first hour, because I'm not his favorite music. So my people in the chats, make sure you request me. All right. Big up yourself.
You should tell me. You just the entire second hour. That's what
Yeah, just bombard him. ISAT. Self-promotion.
Yeah. But if I don't get to them, there's always next week, because it's February and it's Reggae Month. So join me tonight and relax with the Rebel. Now let me just say shout out to some people. I know Isat and Kevin went through the list in the chat, but let me just go through a list that I have here. You know, blessings, Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, all of the South African crew, Russell and the Trower family, Mapi, Desmond, Paul, Michelle, get well soon. Margene, Mrs. Nelson, Mr. Baxter. Mr. Baxter, I'm going to see you sometime this month, sir. All right? Hold me to it. And Angela. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew. That's me and Isat on the platform now. Chairman Rowan James. You know what? We need to big him up. I just saw a message from someone who actually is lending a big hand of support to Chairman Rowan James. And he's also asking people to show their support as well, to show a sign of unity with the Federation. And I hope that they take this recommendation to heart. I'm just wondering whether or not there is anything political with Chairman James's interdiction and pending case. He can't talk about it because it's before the court, and I'm not really talking about it. I'm just saying, I'm just wondering, you know. I know that it's going to be a battle because the evidence in this case is being collated. And so, family, just stay tuned. We're going to keep our eyes peeled on this particular case, because Chairman Rowan James is a decent man, an honest man. He's a good man. He's the right man for the Police Federation. In fact, he's the right man to be sitting in the police commissioner's chair. We would like to see that. But you see what's going on. You know, they're dragging him from pillar to post. But in the fullness of time, things will work out. And God willing, he will get to where he should be. Big up the Firehouse crew, the Waterhouse Vibes crew. Big up. I've never big them up before. Nita, the host, Maxine, John, Lass, Rupert, Herb, and Patrick. Big up on yourself. Always a pleasure sitting down and discussing issues with the team on a Sunday. Big up the Rollington crew. General, stay up. Thanks for the support. Admiral. Look straight ahead. Big up the coalition of 8 that is causing headache for the government of Jamaica. Carlos, Chris, Tigo, Lion, Dr. Francis, Herb, and the unnamed. You know who you are. Big up everybody watching us from home, the bars, markets, and other public venues. Big up my brethren, Ras Clem. Big up Anthony from Queens. By the way, Anthony, I'll be in your neck of the woods next week, so I hope to see you. Big up Wayne TV, Dalton Gooden, Tony from Gander Road, my brethren, out of the UK. Big up yourself. Bunny Jump, who watch the program, yeah. Steve Sosa, Cora and the Princess. And I have 4 sisters. I want to big them up. Peaches, Wendy, Marcia, and Jenny. Jenny just had heart surgery. So, Jenny, I don't know if you're watching, but I know your children and your grandchildren are probably watching. Get well soon, sis. Love you like life. Big up Merlin, Manchester people. Dorrit, Manchester people. Dorrit, by the way, good luck with your endeavor to serve the people of your community. I hope you become an inspiration for others so that they can also see themselves as leaders in the community and providers of services to the community. And big up all supporters, well-wishers, and advisors. Lion, if I mention you again, Antigua. Well, the 8. And we have man in the wilderness. We have people all over the place. We take advice from everybody because we believe that everybody can make a contribution. And again, no partisanship. We don't care, what party, what color. If you have advice, then provide the advice, and we listen to the advice. See the Jenny, Nerina, big you up, Waterhouse Vibes will be streaming tomorrow at 3 p.m. on YouTube. Please, folks, don't miss it. And then join us tomorrow night at 7 on YouTube for Lonesome's Town Hall meeting. As always, a lively place to be on a Sunday night. And don't forget to check out Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, on Reggae Global Radio and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. Now, for those of you who didn't listen this past Thursday, Isaac invited me to participate in a conversation about justice. And it was a lively and informative session. And I beg him to invite me again. I look forward to being invited again. And family, we need to continue supporting this splendid program. I'm telling you, this man is he says a lot of things sometimes. And some people, I think he's mistaken at times because people think that he's joking. But if you read between the lines, a very serious, very scholarly person. And we need to support this program. So plan to spend your Thursday evenings with ISAT from 5 to 7 on Reggae Global Radio and on Reggae Global Radio and on Facebook. And again, ISAT, thank you for having me.
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Sorry, Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. Sorry, I stand corrected.
And I'm glad you joined, and I'm still anti-death penalty, and we're going to go right around the world, right through programs, screen to screen, window to window, the Kevin Show, everyone, every show on Reggae Global Radio, and the answer is still no to the death penalty. Thank you.
All right. All right. Look forward to the conversation. Big up yourself, Carolyn. You love her for me. The disclaimer, the opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only and is not endorsed or promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Now that we've gotten that out of the way. Look, family, I've been promising you a presentation entitled The Prime Minister, Corruption and Integrity Commission. I've been promising you that presentation for quite a while. And I know that Roland and his family in the UK are waiting patiently for that presentation. However, I don't know if I'll get to it today, as the program will end at 8 o'clock, because we're going to end in time for Kevin to start his program on Reggae Global Radio at 8. So Kevin will probably leave us around 5 minutes before or 10 minutes before. Oh, by the way, last week, right after we ended the program, and I kept the line open for a gentleman who was going to call me out of the Philadelphia area. Quite a few of you called, and you thought you were on the program. And then I said, no, the program ended. They were like, already? So I didn't know what to say. I felt bad, because some people that tune in, later. So now I would suggest that people just tune in early and watch as much as they can, or catch the program on YouTube. But big up to all the people who called after 8 last week, some of whom I had a nice conversation with. Now, last week, I told you that Minister of Information, Robert Morgan, made several derogatory, disrespectful, and untrue statements about me, personally and professionally. I also told you that I'm a forgiving person, but that I wouldn't forgive or forget what he did, because his remarks caused severe harm to me personally and professionally. We cannot allow him to continue with his wayward and reckless behavior, because others will take step with us, and that's not a good thing. I promised last week that Minister Morgan would pay dearly, and now my legal assault on him has begun. Now let's start, as always, with his advice to us. Here it is.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
One more time. Here we go.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. Now here is, okay. Folks, take a look at this. And then I'm going to ask Isaac to jump in and render not an opinion, but let's render his thoughts on it. And I say that because Isaac is a renowned practicing attorney in Jamaica, and I'm not. And so I don't want to overstep my boundary and start talking about things of which I don't know much about. As Tigo would tell me all the time, speak not about what you have doubt. So I'll just put this thing up and have you take a look at it, and then we'll ask Isaac to just give us what his thoughts are. Here it is. Now, the first thing you should notice, folks, is that where it's coming from. It's coming from Isaac Buchanan. Was there any doubt that I would have chosen Isaac as the attorney and Isaac would have accepted? Was there any doubt? I don't think so. Well, here it is, February 8th, right? 2 days ago. And it's going to whom? The minister. And there it is. Very short letter, concise. It says reference is made to the caption matter, and the caption matter is Wilfred Rattigan claims for defamation, retraction, and apology. Chops Media. It says reference is made to the caption matter and your statements made on the 21st of January 2024 on the Chops Media broadcast that was simulcasted by the Make We Talk social commentary program. That's Jeffrey Tavares' program. We act for and behalf of Mr. Wilfred Rattigan, the aggrieved party hearing. The instructions of Mr. Rattigan are that on the named day above, you did in your capacity as minister without portfolio, make statement tantamount to defamation. The statement made, was not only reckless considering the office that you serve, but said statements acted in such a way to cause harm to the public profile of Mr. Rattigan. We hereby demand that you issue a public retraction and apology of the statement made. A failure to issue such within 7 days of the receipt of this letter will result in a claim for defamation being filed at the Supreme Court of Jamaica. Now, here's the interesting part. For the avoidance of doubt as to what statement we reference as being defamatory, see the attachment. And what ISAT did, which was a brilliant piece of legal work, what he did was, because keep in mind, folks, that when the statements were made, I notified the minister, not directly, but I'm sure he heard about it. I notified him that my lawyers were perusing the statement. Right after that, it appears that the program was taken down from YouTube, so we wouldn't have access to it. But thankfully, Mr. Tavares was streaming it, and so we received a copy of the program. And what we did was we transcribed the conversation. So it's not just we're just saying in a letter that, hey, you defamed me. We transcribed the conversation to as ISAT would say, context matters. So we transcribed it so you could see the context, because by itself, the statement, it looks innocent. But when you look at the context in which it was said, you'll realize you'll realize that the possible damage, the possible intent, all of these things from the context. And it says, for the avoidance of doubt as to what statement we reference as being defamatory, see the attachment. And the attachment is the transcript. To know specifically, the last stance taken where the following statements were made. Rattigan has never served Jamaica. You have. And this is a conversation between the minister and Dr. Francis. Right after the protest. This was the Sunday after the protest. He went on to say, as a matter of fact, you have never been dishonorably discharged from anything. You have never took the JDF to court, and accusations made against you were in Saudi Arabia seeking a Muslim wife. You may never been in that controversy. So you see where this is going. Second to last paragraph. As a minister, you owe a duty to the people of Jamaica to provide them with information that is not only accurate but appropriate. The duty extends to you in all capacities that you sit. We look forward to hearing from you as to the time and forum where the recent apology will be published. Yours truly, blah, blah, blah. And there it is. Right? So he received it on the 8th. Right? And there is the attachment, right? Where some very nasty things were said about me. But, that's life. That's life. So that's that. So I'll turn it over to Isa to kind of explain, provide context to the whole thing.
So here's what I'm gonna start by saying I'm a big is it proponent? That's the word. I try to use a big word because I'm a really a simpleton, but I'm a fan of freedom of expression. I think that when you are exercising your right to freedom of expression, it goes to say that even though you have freedom of expression, you cannot breach the rights horizontally of other persons. So many constitutional rights will be breached, and I like to talk about the vertical application, because when the particular person is speaking, if they hold office and they are creatures of the Constitution, it becomes very dangerous what comes out of their mouth. For instance, had it been somebody else, you would have seen earlier in the week where the Justice Minister would have called the leader of opposition just Radam. He was a political dunce. And people say, yeah, but it's the heat of politics and people can talk. Save and except for precedent was set from the chairman of the GLC that says that it's a breach of Canon 8 to be discourteous to attorneys. They're both attorneys. That's a matter for you. So it goes to show that freedom of expression is just not willy-nilly or out there, or possibly it is, and different rules for different people depending on the color of your skin, your race, and all of that. I'm not trying to say that the information minister, because he's black, he cannot get away with what he has done to you. But you, Mr. Rattigan, as a part of the famous 30 that shut down Florida and changed the the travel advisory in the world, one can understand that statements were made. I did also look at the transcript, watch the video, and a lot of nasty stuff were said about you. But you can't be a weak jellyback man. You understand? Your back have to broad, and you have to can take criticism because you have put yourself out in the spotlight. What people cannot do to you or any citizen or any human being, just a matter of being respectful, moral turpitude, integrity, and standard, is put out misinformation, inaccurate information, lies that will defame, disgrace, and bring your respect and your status low in the eyes of the public. And that can be done by simply putting out information that's completely inaccurate, especially especially when it is intentionally done and artistically done by somebody who has the capacity and wherewithal to know better. And so it is in that context, for instance, I really felt sad for you that you had to come in the public space and and breach your right to privacy. You have to breach your privacy to defend yourself in the court of public opinion and show your plaques, show your date when you when you retire from the FBI, and show all of that to respond to statements about you being dishonorably discharged. Yeah, and that in and of itself, it warrants an apology. So without going any further into the matter, but just to share with you that for public education, that people must be very, very careful how they put out information. A lot of the bloggers, the reason, if you just, you can go to the bloggers and look. I won't call some of their names because they are whistling for their money. If them don't blog and if them don't make videos and if they don't put up your picture and my picture, them dead for hungry. Like realistically. But they are men of straw. So sometimes you just leave them alone because they are irrelevant and they're doing clickbaiting. But when you're in a position where, especially a position of authority, such as the information minister, the information you put out in the public is going to, we're going to be assumed that is true, which is why I believe when he says, I've always said, don't trust the word of a politician. So if we believe that, then obviously if he comes and said you're dishonorably discharged in the context of the transcript, then everybody's going to believe that that is so. Everybody's also going to believe that you put on your clothes and leave America one day and say, hey, I'm going wife hunting off to Saudi Arabia. And people is gonna just believe that. And all of a sudden you're like SpongeBob SquarePants. So you go under the sea and you took Patrick with you and was on a hunt, like a reality TV show. Completely inaccurate. And twisting the narrative to fit that, to use what the technique called ad hominem, is completely unacceptable. And I won't discuss it beyond that because I will say that there has been correspondence from his attorney to say that an apology is forthcoming. I believe that it takes a big man to apologize. It takes somebody who understands the error of their ways to make a public apology. If that does happen, I will take your advice beyond that to see if the apology is enough. But I will submit to the public and to you that you were defamed. And what flows from that is time will certainly tell. Those are but that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Context
But
matters,
when you
right?
get that the apology there,
Okay. I'll say no more. I'll follow the advice of counsel. I'll say no more. But there's a lot that I can say, but mom's the word. I've also asked my attorney to look to see if there are others who could be implicated in this. So we're just looking to see what else is there. And whatever we find, you will know. All right. Update on the protests. I'll make it clear so that people don't have to go after Dr. Rupert Francis the way they did before and after the first protest. The second protest is going to be in New York on May 10th, Friday, May 10th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. As far as the permit, as far as the permit is concerned, I'm in communication with the police department, and I will be meeting with them to look at the location, fill out the necessary paperwork, because I will be coordinating the protest in New York. Let me be absolutely clear, so that them don't have to go look for Dr. Francis and ask him a million questions. Dr. Francis was coordinating the one in Florida. Why? Because he lives in Florida. He's a Florida resident. I'm coordinating the one in New York. Why? Because I have a lot of contacts in New York. I've lived in New York for, I think, most of my adult life. Still have family living there, still have business interests there, and know the place very, very well. So it would be foolish to have Dr. Francis come up and then start doing all of these things. So no, he'll get his rest, and then when we're ready, we keep him abreast of everything that's going on, because at the end of the day, he's still in charge, because it's conducted under the auspices of the Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, of which Dr. Francis is the head. So I'll be doing my thing. I'll be reporting to him, as well as the group of 8, and I'll take my instructions from them, and then we will move forward. So all of my people from Florida, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, New York, and elsewhere, all I know need to show up. Make arrangements. We're 3 months. Yeah, it's the 10th. Today's the 10th. We're 3 months away from that date. So make your arrangements to be there, because we want to come out with a show of force. And when I say show of force, I'm talking about in terms of numbers, because we're going to let our voices be heard. Miami did a tremendous job with just 10 days. They got the permit and they had 10 days. We already have assurance of the permit. I just have to sign some paperwork next week. We have 3 months. So, megawatt, yes, 120 days. So you have plenty of time to speak to your boss, speak to your family members. And by the way, when you come, bring a friend or bring friends, bring neighbors, and bring your family members. We're going to make it a family affair, a family event. And so that is what we're hoping for, and that is what we expect. So please make your plans and be there. The protest in DC will be coordinated by Mr. Herb Nelson Jr. Because, again, he lives in the neighborhood. He knows, he has all the contacts. He knows exactly what to do. And the one in Canada will be coordinated by somebody living in Canada. The one in New York, in London, will be coordinated by somebody living in London. So there you have it. Theme for the New York March, up there. Well, we're working on it. No, let me just talk to you. Folks, remember a while back, I had mentioned to you that I went to PIOJ, because all of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, that's the central point. That's the node. That's the clearinghouse for grants, technical assistance, loans, all that coming into Jamaica for the government of Jamaica, from established organizations and from countries. They go through PIOJ. And if you recall, I asked PIOJ a while back to Oh, Sam Allen. All right, let me finish this up, Sam. Sam wants to open up the phone line. But anyway, and then when I asked them, they said, "Oh, we don't have any information." Then I went back and I asked them, but I asked them using a technical term. The technical term is official development assistance. Because if you go and you say, "Hey, can you tell me about the donations you received?" They will tell you we don't have any documentation. So what I did was I went and I asked about official. Remember that term. If you ever write to PIOJ to ask for information regarding assistance received by the government of Jamaica, use this term, official development assistance. And that is loans, grants, and technical assistance, everything. So I went and I asked, and then they finally responded February 8th, 2 days ago. And they said they have everything that I'm asking for, but I have to pay some money, which I will pay. I will pay. And I'll have somebody just collect the information from them. So stay tuned, because when we get this information, we're going to find out now. We're going to do some deep dive. And we're going to find out where all this money that went to PIOJ, where the money went, who was in charge of it, what programs the monies were earmarked for. We're going to find out all of that. So I have the documentation here. So stay tuned for that. No, let me do at 5 o'clock. I think we have some folks coming on. Yeah. But he's going to, we have Patrick Beckford coming on at 5, and he's going to be talking about this thing with the ambassador, Brand Jamaica, and the protest and all of that. But I'll start now. And then when Patrick, if you're listening, if you're watching the program, you can join us now. You can just jump on now if you feel like. No. Family, the Prime Minister said that people are destroying Brand Jamaica by their actions in and outside Jamaica. Now, several people, including the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, the Honorable Audrey Marks, identified the recent protests in Miami as having a deleterious effect on Brand Jamaica, a negative effect on Brand Jamaica. Now, unwittingly or intentionally, they have indicated that the U.S. government played a role with the protesters and others in negatively impacting Brand Jamaica with the issuance of the latest travel advisory. The travel advisory is bothering them. Why is that? I'm gone. No, see him. Okay. All right. The travel advisory is bothering them because of the increasing number of cancellations to the resorts during the peak tourism season, which is, it's now. Family, I want you to note this. The government of Jamaica and sectors of the private sector, particularly those with an interest in tourism, like resort owners, they are vociferously complaining about this travel advisory. But they're not complaining because of the crime rate affecting ordinary Jamaicans, like the Jamaicans who live in places depicted behind me. They're not complaining about that. They're complaining because they believe that the crime rate is being used to scare tourists away. So now the resort owners and others have gotten into the fray. All of a sudden now, yes. This whole story is convoluted, yet simple. Let me see if Isaac came back. Okay. If the government of Jamaica and the ambassador want to give us credit, and when I say us, I'm talking about the 30 people that they claim protested in Miami on the 19th of January. We will take that credit. Some people are, I don't know, some people are saying, oh, now they're blaming us, and as if we're supposed to feel bad. It's a bad thing. No. If they say that 30 people caused the government to do this, the US government, we will take it. We will take it. Provide they also state that we are the most powerful and influential 30 Jamaicans in the United States. If they want to say that, then yeah, we'll take it. By the way, when the thing started out, they said that it was, I think, 25, then it went to 40, then it went to, the Gleaner reported 70 people out there, and then now the ambassador recently said that it was only 30, approximately 30. Think about it. 30 nondescript protesters, 30 people of no real significance, 30 people who did not contact the State Department. But if you follow the reasoning of the ambassador, the 30 people, right? Those 30 people, they caused the State Department to revise its travel advisory for Jamaica. Now think about that. 30 people, 30 nobodies. This is the argument being made by the ambassador and others. 30 people. Now, if 30 people could cause that, what do you think? Pick a number. 100 people in New York, 200 people in New York. What do you think they're going to cause? If 30 people could cause the State Department to revise its travel advisory, then I dare say 200 people in New York will probably cause the U.S. government to seize assets, revoke visas, and maybe open up investigations and arrest and prosecute people, politicians out of Jamaica. So people don't feel sorry for it. We will take that. If they say that the 30 uno cause the State Department to do that, yeah, we will take that gladly. We'll take that. Now, let me explain something, and the best way to explain it, and that something is what I believe is the real cause of all of this. And then I will also go into a discussion concerning what the ambassador said, what she should have said, and show you not only her juvenile attempt to resolve this issue, but also show you the failed attempt made in Jamaica to convince the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, to retract or revise or amend the travel advisory. And the best way to do that is to do it in sequence so that you can follow the dates and everything like that. So let me try. And if I lose any of you, just hit me up in the chat and say, hey, we didn't understand that part. Can you go back? I'd be more than happy to do it. Milo, big up yourself. 30 people anointed by God is like 3 million strong. Tell that to them. Oh, so they're blaming us, Valerie. They're blaming us for the killings in Jamaica. Thanks, Valerie. Yeah, thanks. See, people in the chat who don't understand that this is all nonsense. But let's start. All right. No. Here's the starting point. And we're not gonna make it complex at all. We're just gonna go step by step, and we're gonna start at a level where everybody can understand. Even the most uninformed person will readily understand what we're saying. Now, Jamaica and China have developed and established and developed a relationship that is troubling to the United States. Troubling, right? The United States has spoken to the Jamaican government on several occasions about this, privately and publicly. China has and continues to invest heavily in Jamaica. And some have offered an argument that it is to the detriment of Jamaica and the Jamaican people, that investment. And even in instances where you don't see a detriment right now, some people are pointing to examples in Africa and elsewhere, saying, see what happened over a period of time when you allowed the Chinese to come into your country and do a bunch of things. So that's a starting point, that there's a relationship, and the relationship is troubling to the United States. Now, on January 19th, a bold, courageous, determined group of, as the ambassador would have it, approximately 30 people, 30 Jamaicans protested in Miami against the government of Jamaica. What did they protest? What was the protest about? It certainly was about crime, the high crime rate in Jamaica. But it wasn't the only thing that we protested about. We protested about, in fact, the number one thing we protested about, the big C, and it's not crime, corruption. That's the number one thing that we protested about. And that's when we brought the Magnitsky Act to the fore, to inform people that here is the antidote for the corruption going on in Jamaica. So we were protesting about corruption, crime, poverty, the lack of service delivery, broken promises to the diaspora, etc. It's a whole range of things. But they only picked one. They said, oh, they talked about crime. And crime is great. So I'm wondering if they're saying, well, the other things that they complain about, those things, they're correct on those things. But the crime thing, no. Crime, we have crime under control. Now, Minister Terrelong, the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, he said that he supported the right of protesters to protest. We didn't need his endorsement of our right to protest in the United States. But it's noteworthy that he did say that. He had no objections. He said that's their right. They can protest. Now, on January 20th, follow me, the 19th, protest. 20th, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited Jamaica. And when he visited Jamaica, let me pull it up here. Is it this? No. Okay, here it is. When he visited Jamaica, he had some complimentary things to say about Jamaica, and Jamaica had some complimentary things to say about China. Here we go. It says right here, Foreign Minister labels Jamaica China's priority country in the region. You know what they're saying? They're saying that of all the countries in the Caribbean, Jamaica is our country of choice. For them to say that, there has to be a reason. Now, let me just show you some of the... All right, here it is right here. Jamaica is an important country in the Caribbean region. It is also China's priority country for cooperation in the wider Latin America and the Caribbean region. So they went beyond the Caribbean, went to Latin America. And then, here is the problem, I believe, for the United States. When the Prime Minister is quoted as saying, Excellency, We're honored to celebrate 51 years of diplomatic relationship between the two countries, and we're very proud to state that Jamaica was the first country in the English-speaking Caribbean to recognize the One China policy. And let me assure you that Jamaica continues to support the One China policy. That, family, is problematic because the One China policy, as far as the Chinese are concerned, means that they have control over Taiwan. And that is an unacceptable position as far as the United States and many countries are concerned. That's why you see them doing military drills and all these things with Taiwan all the time. This is a huge problem, this One China policy. Then this happened. Remember now, this happened on the 20th, right? The protest on the 19th, this happened on the 20th. Then here is something else. Where is it? This happened on the 23rd. Approximately 3 days later. What is this? This is the travel advisory. No, what I want all of you to keep in mind is this. Jamaica claimed that the murder rate fell by 7% compared to the corresponding period, which was 2022. They said we had 7% fewer murders than we had in 2022. They also said that crime across the board, I believe, fell by 22%. So that's good news. So then you have to ask yourself the question, why would the US government send out a travel advisory about crime when crime, based on the Jamaican provided statistics, is going down? Here's what it says. And for those of you who have seen this before, please bear with me. It says here, violent crimes such as home invasions, armed robberies, sexual assaults, and homicides are common. Sexual assaults occur frequently, including at all-inclusive resorts. And then they go on to talk about the police, saying that the police, they do not respond effectively to serious criminal incidents, and that even when they do and arrests are made, the cases are infrequently prosecuted to a conclusive sentence. What you're saying is that the criminal them get away. And if a U.S. citizen is killed, it takes a year or more to get the death certificate from the Jamaican authorities. And they went on to say that the homicide rate reported by the government has been, for several years, been among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. That's true. So then they said, look, if you're an American and you work under the ambassador, so you're assigned here through the State Department, then there are certain places you are prohibited from going. If you're a Jamaican working at the embassy, you can go where you want to go. And if you're a tourist, here are some places that we don't go that we're suggesting that maybe you shouldn't go either. All right. And then they went on to talk about the hospital, healthcare. And they said public hospitals are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care. Private hospitals require payment up front, and they may not be able to provide specialized care. And ambulance services, not always available, and even when available, they're not always staffed by trained personnel. So they say, we encourage you to obtain traveler's insurance. And then they start telling you, don't go here, don't go there. And they start telling you, big up Maria, the sister up on the Sunday night program, the Clarendon. And the me says, say no, them say all of Clarendon Parish don't know what to Clarendon. Just zip through Clarendon on the T1 or the A2 highway. Just don't stop. And they give you all of these places. All these places. All right. So that was on the 23rd. Then let's see if this is it. Okay. That was the 23rd, the advisory. Then on the 25th, my favorite minister. There she is. What did she do? She engaged U.S. officials on the travel advisory. Where? In Jamaica. And she went to meet with, there it is, U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica, Nick Perry, and other U.S. embassy officials. And this is a quote. Why did she meet with them? To interrogate issues detailed in the advisory. I'm sure she didn't mention that phrase when she sat down with them, because they wouldn't take kindly to that. But that's what the Gleaner's quoting her as saying. That's the basis for her going. So she met with them, and she said, we want to talk to you about the hospital care and the crime. And she said, it's, the language you're using in the travel advisory, it does not reflect our country's significant progress. And she noted that there were improvements in health and security. She said, notwithstanding our care and concern for the safety of all visitors to our island, and notwithstanding our understanding that the overall ranking of Jamaica has not deteriorated in this most recent advisory. So see what she said? Notwithstanding our understanding that the overall ranking of Jamaica has not deteriorated, because it was always a 3. She said, the government of Jamaica is disappointed that the language used does not reflect our country's significant progress. I don't think she knows what she's talking about. I really don't. I sat back. Yeah, I don't think she knows what she's talking about. And she said, in recent years, the government has more than doubled its investments to strengthen our capacity to tackle crime and health-related challenges across the island for the benefit of our citizens and indeed everyone who wishes to visit Jamaica. We are making serious improvements, although we still have much more to do to achieve all that we wish to deliver. It is not insignificant that Jamaica has recorded a more than 20% decline in serious crimes, along with strong improvements in arrest and prosecution. The government has also been improving infrastructure and human resources and continues to increase its capacity to deliver improved health care. She said the travel advisor comes after the Gallup survey found Jamaica to be one of the Latin America and Caribbean region's safest location for visitors. And Jamaica continues to welcome an increasing number of tourists who enjoy safe vacations. You see where the priority is? Them not talk about us, people who live like places behind me. We are not their focus. Their focus is tourism. As long as the tourists are okay, then everything is fine. We can't dead like flies. Them not really care. It's clear. She said that. She said she's talking about tourism, and she said, oh, we have improved, blah, 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 crime and blah, blah, blah. But the main reason why they went there is not because of crimes committed against people in Jamaica. It's about crimes. They're saying that crimes are not being committed against tourists. So you have no reason to to put out the scare story and have tourists start canceling. I would like to see them start talking about, hey, how can we help our own people? American government, help us to help stamp out crime or control crime against the Jamaican people. That's what I'd like to see them put there. And then we have a statement by the Honorable Christopher Tufton, who reiterated that significant strides have been made in advancing the country's healthcare service delivery. And here is a quote. We have continuously committed to capital investment around infrastructure, increased technical competencies of our workforce, and comprehensively reform the organization and development of our health professionals to deliver service with care and compassion. We continue to appeal for collaboration on training of healthcare workers, given the mass recruitment of our staff to other global markets, including the USA. The country, of course, is open to dialogue with our international partners to strengthen Jamaica's healthcare system. So he's saying, yeah, we're making improvements, but you, America, you're taking our people away. And by taking them away, then we have people who are coming into the system that are not trained. So now he's blaming the Americans for taking people away, thereby wreaking havoc on the healthcare system in Jamaica. Okay. Very good. And that's that. Now, let me see some here. All right. They're talking about healthcare. Here is healthcare in Jamaica.
Auntie was in there.
That is healthcare.
Oh, God. I don't know wait for bed for going to go admit and can't get no bed. Me in hospital. Jesus Christ.
Now, these videos I'm going to show you, they came from Jamaica. I'm not going to name the hospital, but they're Jamaican hospitals. Watch on this. Okay. That's healthcare. Here is more healthcare, more international standard healthcare in Jamaica. Sure. Look.
Look down. Hey, go somewhere else. Nope. Nope. I think him dead. Yeah, him dead. Him right under there something. Them beat him up too much. Yeah, he's dying. Because some big one just beat him up right there, so some might get away.
No, I think that's somebody else. Oh.
Yeah. I'm going by now, man. I'm going around there, so. Me get my slippers. At least me.
More international standard here. Germs are what they on them cough. Gone by everybody. More international healthcare in Jamaica. I think this is the Cornwall Regional Hospital. I think they refer to it as Guerrilla because of the amount of money that's been lost over there. Yeah, I think this is the. Yeah. Like I said, some folks have referred to it as Guerrilla.
Who that? Alright, I'll fire down there going and whatever like you want me to come out for game it. I'm going down there, man, I'm down there. Yeah.
More international healthcare in Jamaica.
Look up there and appear there and know I'll go pull out me and strip it. Hello?
So this was the 25th. I think it was the 25th. Yeah, January 25th, that the minister is saying that we have health care. Our health care in Jamaica is great. Don't worry about it. Let the tourists amend your travel advisor so that people can come in. All right. No, let me just say, some of those tourists, if they're in St. Elizabeth and they have an accident, they're going to have to end up going to some of these hospitals. All right. So that was the 25th. Now let's look at something else here. This is February 2nd now. We're gone from the 25th of January to February 2nd, right? And here we go. Welcome, herbalists. All right, here we go, folks. Here it is. Jamaica and the Bahamas respond to U.S. travel advisories. And this was done by the tourist board. So we had the minister, and then a few days later, we have the tourist board. And let me see what they say about. Yeah, this was just the tourist board, and they're complaining, right? They said the crime rate against visitors to Jamaica remains extremely low at 0.01%. Nobody cares about the people who live in Jamaica, the ordinary citizens. They don't care about you. They care about tourism. That's all they care about. That's what they care about. It says right here. You don't see them mention anything about the 1,300 and some odd people who were killed last year. They don't mention that. They don't mention the 1,400 plus, almost 1,500, 14 plus, 100 plus who were killed in 2022. They don't mention that. They don't mention any of that. They mention the tourists. And this is February 2nd. Now, we're getting close. February 6th, 4 days later, who do we have? None but our esteemed ambassador to the United States, the Honorable, or Her Excellency, Audrey Marks. And she said, the potential negative impact of the travel advisory in Jamaica's economy is extensive and requires all stakeholders to participate in the process of persuading the U.S. State Department to revise this punitive action. Now, first thing is that, where was she all along? She should have been front and center. Because you know why? She lives in Washington. Main state is in Washington, not too far from her office is in Washington, not too far from her office. Where this January 23rd, they issued this thing. And then here it is now, we're seeing her February 6th. Maybe she spoke before, but here she is on the 6th. Now, she said it doesn't represent the State Department, the travel advisor doesn't represent the full picture of the island's situation. All right. Now, here's what she's calling for: stakeholders, especially those in the diaspora, to persuade the State Department to revise the advisory. Family, read that again and concentrate on that. The ambassador called for stakeholders, especially those in the diaspora, the ones without any standing, especially those in the diaspora, to persuade the State Department to revise the advisory. Think about that. That's her job. That is her job. Most people in the diaspora, if you ask them, hey, how do you contact the State Department? They wouldn't have a clue. She didn't even tell them how to contact the State Department. She just said, contact and persuade the State Department to revise the advisory. The Honorable, with all due respect, this is dishonorable. This is an embarrassment. She's not doing her job. That's her job, to persuade the State Department. But don't forget that she tried. Right? She tried and she failed. So now she's calling on all of us to lobby the State Department. And she said, Jamaica doesn't experience other crimes found in jurisdictions designated as level 3. I won't attribute that to her because it's not in quotes. They're paraphrasing what she said. All right. But some things you can look at and kind of make some sense out of it, right? She said that she's paraphrased as saying that the travel advisor contains unusually negative language, noting that a sustained media campaign over the past week across the United States and other international media could have far-reaching, unprecedented damage to the Jamaican economy. Right? She said the perception of increased crime in Jamaica is not true. And then she goes on to say, tourism contributes 30% of gross domestic product, 50% of foreign exchange earnings, $4 billion. I don't believe that to be the case, that tourism contributes $4 billion. Not in a year. Not in a year. $4 billion, that's what we're talking about with remittances, not tourism. And so she said, the Jamaican government strongly disagrees with the travel advisory, which he said distorts the facts in Jamaica and has today formally advised the U.S. government of its position. Here's the part. She said, this is a quote, the potential negative impact of the travel advisory in Jamaica's economy is extensive and requires all stakeholders to participate in the process of persuading the U.S. State Department to revise this punitive action. Ambassador, with all due respect, that's your job. Oh, Claudia, right. No, we have standing. No, we have standing to go and talk to the State Department. And she doesn't even give instructions as to who do you talk to at the State Department, what number you call, all this stuff. Nothing. She just, woo, it just come out of her mouth. Now, here is something else. And I have to point to this. Although it's a paraphrase, it said, she said that the advisory's description of crime and healthcare in Jamaica is incorrect. Family, I just show you some videos about healthcare in Jamaica. I don't need to show you anything about crime because, you know. And here's what she said. In fact, the data she said shows that American tourists are safer in Jamaica than in many cities in the United States. How about Jamaican citizens being safe in Jamaica? How about that? The government continues to take all efforts to address crime in Jamaica. Right. And here's another one. She said that similar to many developing countries, Jamaica's healthcare system is not fully resourced, but operates at international benchmarks and has been recognized internationally for its competent healthcare providers. I wonder if she said this. I wonder if the ambassador saw that. I wonder if she said this one. By the way, they're different hospitals. I wonder if she said this one. This one. I wonder if she said this one.
Look how can I pay there no one go pull up me and flip it. Hello?
I wonder if the minister saw. She come out and she said Jamaica's healthcare system operates at international benchmarks and has been recognized internationally for its competent healthcare providers. She noted that many people from other islands who suffer from critical and specialized issues are regularly flown to Jamaica for hospitalization. I wonder if... let me take a few seconds and kind of like breathe. You know, there's a famous Supreme Court case, and it had to do with what do you call it? Pornography. And one of the judges, Supreme Court judges, he said that in describing pornography, he said, you can't describe it, but when you see it, you know it. I know nonsense when I see it. And this is nonsense being put out by the ambassador. This is a perpetuation of a fraud. This is a look. There is a. I'm being told that there's something called a Run It Waits wing up at University Hospital. How many Jamaicans can afford to go to the Run It Waits?
No. The Tony Twaits wing. Don't mix it up. You see what happens in Tony Twaits. You see what's happening here is that you little ghetto people like to think that you compare yourself with Upper St. Andrew. Don't you dare do that. You have a misconception. There are hospitals like Medical Associates and other hospices that rich people can go. And when it doesn't work out in Jamaica, we shoot ourselves off through Medvac and we helicopter ourselves to Kingston 21 or 22, Miami, Florida, and go to Jackson, Florida. I don't want Jackson Memorial Hospital. How dare you try to compare us with the subhumans of the nation and show those videos? You see, that's what's wrong with you, 30 people. You try to put out misinformation on Jamaica. We're talking about the class of Jamaica that can access proper health care. Don't think we would have the tourists go to those places. How dare you?
All right, sir. All right. I heard your point. I'm not sure it's well taken. But here's the thing. If you notice something that's missing in this report, and remember, look at the date, February 6th. The protest happened on January 19th. Is that she doesn't mention the protest. She's taken the State Department to task. Nowhere in this report does she say, oh, it's a diaspora, the 30 people who caused this. Doesn't mention it. No, let me go to another. Oh, that's that. No. Here is the one. Here is the biggie. Hold on one second. Here it is. There it is. Dear friends of our diaspora. This is what I believe was on Facebook. Dear friends of our diaspora and friends of Jamaica. At the embassy and consulates in the US, we have heard your calls concerning the negative travel advisory in Jamaica, and we're using this opportunity to answer your queries. Firstly, this is the best time to visit Jamaica. The weather is great. Secondly, I will share what we understand has triggered this situation. And for the first time, here it is. A couple of weeks ago, in seeking to use the upcoming elections in Jamaica to garner immediate attention, approximately 30 members of the Jamaica diaspora in the US staged a protest in Miami to highlight concerns about crime in Jamaica. Remember what I said, folks. First of all, the numbers, Glena said 70, but put that aside. Let's say it's 30. She said crime, but we said corruption, crime, poverty, service delivery, broken promises, etc. See what she focused on? Just crime. She said Their rhetoric, unfortunately, gave the impression that there was a serious outbreak of violence in the island. Their rhetoric. So, me and my band of 29 people, right? Me and the band of 29 people, we caused this. Our rhetoric gave the impression that there was a serious outbreak of violence in the island. This action elicited lobbying by certain groups. Which groups? Tell us the groups that which prompted the U.S. government to revise its travel advisory to include stronger language and include a broader list of do not travel communities frequented by the diaspora. So, in short, she's saying that she forgot what she said a few days prior. Now she's saying, oh, you know what? I know what caused all of this. Those 30 recalcitrants, those 30, wayward Jamaicans, they went down to Miami and they protested. And the State Department, our people heard them. And there were groups who lobbied and the State Department changed. I dare say, if that is the case, we are a powerful group of 30. And I will take that any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Think about it, folks. We did not speak to the State Department, at least not yet. We will. But so you can imagine what's going to happen then. But she's saying these 30 people, they caused all of this brouhaha, all of this problem for Jamaica. They caused it, right? And she went on to say some other things. But let me leave that right there. And let me show you something else. This one, Marx wants U.S. Department to rescind it. No. The question we have to ask is, what's the U.S. response? Because first she was saying, U.S. government, you can't do this to us because we have international standards for medical profession and facilities. And we may have a little bit of problem here or there, but by and large, people come to Jamaica to get treatment. And crime, we're spending money on crime, we're getting crime under control. What did the U.S. government say after that? Well, before that, this was February 8th. Right? Here it is. She's quoted in the Travel Pulse magazine. It says Jamaica ambassador working for reversal of latest U.S. travel advisory. And then she goes on to okay. Okay, it says right here. Oh, come on. It says right here that she also said that the government of Jamaica has made its opposition known to U.S. officials and citing the dire economic fallout of such an advisory, also urged Jamaicans, including the overseas diaspora, to throw their weight behind efforts to have it rescinded. Again, Madam Ambassador, that is your job. And what you're saying there is that you have failed. So now we're bringing in the troops. We want all of Jamaica, the diaspora, to come now and try and petition the State Department. And you didn't even have the good sense to say, all of you that I'm petitioning to contact the State Department. Here is the phone number you contact. Here is the person. Give him nothing. At least nothing that I've seen in this report. And okay. Here's what she said. Mark said that one Jamaican group seeking to garner attention for their own purposes in upcoming elections. So basically, she's saying that we're political, right? Used exaggerated rhetoric that unfortunately gave the impression that there was a serious outbreak of violence in the island, prompting the U.S. government to revise its travel advisory to include stronger language, blah, 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 blah. No, let me just say this, folks, that the protest had nothing to do with any political event. In fact, we could care less. And here's why. should we structure our complaint against the U.S. government, against the Jamaican government, and say, well, we have to structure it, we have to plan it, we have to schedule it in relation to a proposed election in Jamaica? We know that the local election should have been called a long time ago. We don't care about that. They can call it anytime they feel like. That's not our problem. So that's what they're telling us. We should wait until after the election, then we should do our protest. No, you have no right to dictate to us. We protest when we want to protest. The hell with you. Right? Now, hold on a second. All right. Now, here is what the U.S. government said. And I want you, it's very short, and I want you to pay close attention. Pay very, very close attention. Here we go. Here it is. I'll read it for those of you who cannot see it. This is as a response to what the minister said. It says, the U.S. Department of State's priority is the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. The department is obligated to provide information to U.S. citizens traveling or residing abroad through travel advisories. These advisories are aimed to help people assess the risks of international travel and understand what steps to take to ensure their safety overseas. The State Department's update on January 23rd, 2024 was a routine release. The release provided an analytical update on what? Medical services. Further, it was not timed with any other issue. So the idea that we protested and they responded, that's not the case. Who said that? The American government. Further, the level of our travel advisory did not change with this update and has remained at level 3, the same level it has been since March 2022. Look at this. I mean, who are they fooling? I mean, the Jamaican government. Who are they fooling? It says it right here. Level 3 has been, Jamaica has been at level 3 since March of 2022. The travel advisory that came out in January did not increase the level. It's still 3. And they tell you, they said, look, the release was, where it is. The release provides the second paragraph, second paragraph, second sentence. The release provided an analytical update on medical services. Medical services like this.
Oh, God.
They're saying we don't want our citizens to go through that.
I don't know, wait for bed to go in to go admit and can't get no bed.
Medical services like this. Medical services like this. Medical services like this. And that. That is what the U.S. government said. They said, we didn't increase it because of any crime. They said we increased it because the crime, it was always there. The crime piece was always there. So now they're saying that, hey, if you're coming to Jamaica, don't plan on getting sick. I mean, nobody plans on getting sick, but they're like, don't get sick if you come to Jamaica. Because the medical services are below standard, the standard that you're used to. And if you're coming, take out travel insurance. There it is right there. So when they start telling you that, oh, it's because of it's because of the crime rate has gone down, blah, blah, blah. No. And when they tell you, oh, we have international standards for health, not the ones I just showed you. And what I showed you, there are 4 different hospitals. Yes, yes, E. Phillips, that was. So don't let them tell you any nonsense. You know, what I'll do at this point, Herb, welcome, my brother.
Thank you very much. I'm listening to you, and at the same time, I'm trying to add up what she's saying and what the advisory is addressing. And if you search separately on the internet, the web search results are telling you that Jamaica's hospitals face challenges in providing adequate and timely care for accident victims and gunshot victims. Now, those two have been at an alarming rate in Jamaica, because when you watch TVJ or CVM, all you can see is these little minibuses that leave the road, or one large tour bus that leave the road after it wiped out 2 or 3 cars on the road. And this is consistent because a lot of people will die or get injured in that type of accident. And then on the other hand, the gunshots now, those victims are in 3s and 4s. And if they don't die right away, they die later on in the hospital, which, we've covered this in our Sunday night town hall and other shows that we've done before. The high crime rate and violence in Jamaica leads to a large number of trauma cases and injuries. And there's limited capacity and resources of the public health system. Now, I had queried whether or not there was, what she said, Jamaica meets international standards.
I'll go back and I'll read it for you. I'll read it.
Right.
Because it's important that we get it. Okay.
Let me say this in the interim. And this is what the research I've done. Jamaica's hospitals do not operate at international benchmarks for patient safety and quality of care, according to web search results.
Did you say not, sir?
Not.
All right. Here's what she said. Jamaica's healthcare is not fully resourced, but operates at international benchmarks and has been recognized internationally for its competence.
Not even close. Look, Dr. Clark is always boasting about how they have the GDP is fantastic, and the reserves has over 4 point whatever billion US dollars in reserves, and that they're doing so well at reducing things. I know when we deal with the bauxite situation, we know that it's caused tremendous damage across the island with the waste that is still stored up after decades, with people getting sick because they live too close to these waste pool areas, with folks can't go to work or to school because they're impacted by it. But listen, what they're saying here, the low public expenditure in health, which represents 3.4% of GDP, compared to the recommended 6% of GDP for achieving universal health, right? And if people are looking for a source, that's the table of Ministry of Health and Wellness in Jamaica, and that's that's on their site. They don't meet the minimum spending guidelines for achieving universal health. There's a high out-of-pocket spending in health, which represents 28% of the total expenditure in health, compared to the recommended 15 to 20% for ensuring financial protection. So you have people who either going to go broke, file bankruptcy, or they just can't afford medical in Jamaica. There's a low bed occupancy rate, which indicates the underutilization of hospital resources and inefficiency in service delivery. The high hospital infection rate, because you know that's the same here in the US. The infection rate is high. There's a lot of people dying in the hospitals. It indicates poor infection prevention and control practices and increased morbidity and mortality. Jamaica's government and health authorities have been working to improve the situation and address the challenges, according to the web search. And they give some of the things that they've been doing in accordance with Vision for Health 2030. It's a 10-year strategic plan. But they're just not there. They're nowhere close. And we've heard people calling to us and speak about the ridiculous conditions in hospitals, no beds, sleeping on truck tires and plywood. I mean, all of this just keeps piling up. And they keep boasting about how much money they have in the reserves. They need to spend some money and bring it up to at least 6%. They're probably going to have to spend close to 10% of GDP to get these hospitals up to standards.
But Herb,
yeah, go ahead.
Don't forget the cost overrun on the Cornwall Regional Hospital. It's in the billions.
Yeah,
it's in the billions. In fact, one of the hospitals we show there, I believe to be the Cornwall Regional Hospital. It's terrible. I have a bunch of people, friends, dear friends, and supporters of the program, writing to me, and one said her mom was had 2 stays in the hospitals. 2 stay in the hospitals in Jamaica, and she came home with bed sores that were more than 3 inches wide. They released her with bed sores more than 3 inches wide. And by the way,
bed sores.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Going back to something I said earlier, for a dear friend of ours, Cora, she said, "May I please have the pleasure of honoring the 30 people by giving them the title they deserve. As of today's date, February 10, 2024, and hereinafter, they shall be called the Dirty 30.
Wow. Yeah, and you are all gadflies and you should all get hemlock and drink it. But to be fair though, Jamaica is a third world country. We don't even have the good facilities and infrastructure like Cuba. Why are you putting so much pressure on us and you know that we're poor and we're trying to give health care for free as best as we can?
Here's why.
The person who is to be the person you're supposed to blame right now is the ambassador. It can't be Jamaica. Jamaica is doing its best, and we have the Bustamante Children's Hospital that's doing really well. It serves the Caribbean. It's the best in the Caribbean. If we are bad, imagine what those other Caribbean islands have. So we have to balance the scale in terms of, yo, we broke and popped down and pauperized our hospital. You never see the rat them. You never see the rat them are playing at the hospital.
Hold on a second, Isaac. So then, why is the ambassador spreading, propagating, disseminating this untruth?
You see, when you're hungry and you're ashamed, you go people's house and your mother say, if them give food, tell them no. All when your belly hurts, you remember lick you in my boot heel. The shame will cause you to just chat foolishness, because at the end of the day, it's just chat and nothing more. I don't think we're supposed to be addressing what she said, because the United States says, listen to me. The Dirty 30 now have nothing to do with our policy. We didn't even communicate with the Dirty 30. It's rubbish. You're a liar. And then this juxtaposition between crime and health, unacceptable. It's accepted. The government was spending a lot of resources on stage of emergencies because crime was high. The government should stop defending this thing about fighting crime because they simply can't do it. And they should challenge other people who think they can do it to come up with solutions because they just don't have it. This is a reality that we must seriously contemplate. And just to be discussing healthcare, the healthcare system is as nasty as the prison system. That is why they're spending billions of dollars to upgrade. And that's why they're trying to build a new one in Spanish Town when Dr. Dawes is saying it should be built in Portmore and we should be building out and not trying to just recreate the wheel. These things are real serious issues. And because we're so blinded by colorism, we forget the reality about serving the people. But this is not a conversation that we should even entertain because the bad PR management right before our eyes. You lie on a Thursday, you switch up on the thing, and all of that. That's simply not acceptable, and it should be rejected. But Jamaica is moving in a direction where we have to accept that healthcare is bad. Herb, you give out the statistics, and it's embarrassing. It's completely embarrassing, and there's no justification for it. And it's not in keeping with the reality on the ground.
Well, see, she's of a different opinion, and then she's out there spewing this nonsense out there, and blaming people, putting out false information, and somehow she's comfortable with it because she keeps repeating it, and it's not, it's not even worth, in this case, the paper it's even written on. It's not even worth it. She is a poor representation for Jamaica, of Jamaica, and I say that based on her performance. I'm not saying it based on any personal reasons. I'm basing it on things that she said and things that she's done. Now, listen, we have a special guest. All of the guests here are special, all of the guests, but we have one, and I want to bring him on because he's been here before. His name is Patrick Beckford, dear friend of mine. He's a former member of the Jamaica Advisory Board. That's the predecessor to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And he took the ambassador to task this week. He wrote a very scathing description of what she did. And without further ado, and without stealing his thunder, I'll bring him on and then I'll have him speak to all of you and tell you why he did what he did. Patrick, welcome to Reasons Rattigan.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm out of New Jersey for the day. As you see, I'm kind of spiffy like the goodly counsel I sat. You know, I try I try to get a little greetings. But listen, to be straight, two things. One, I have a beef with my good former advisory board member, Dr. Rupert, and my friend Ratty. Because I didn't know you guys can predict a lot of things. And right now I was looking for the lotto number. You guys could, because you already predict elections and all that stuff, you know. So I have to talk to you guys and see why you're holding out on me. And my other beef is that I didn't know we have so much dunce representing Jamaica. I mean, because, I mean, and I say this straight up. Here we have an ambassador who's supposed to know the run-ins, what happened in the area she was charged for. Because to say that she's saying it, and I'm just paraphrasing. She's saying that they know that we lobbied the State Department. The fundamental rights as U.S. citizens we have is the right to lobby our representatives. And when we do that, we do so in confidence that no one in the State Department or any other department that we lobby for anything will go to a foreign entity, and complain that Patrick Beckford came and lobbied and everything and da. because that's something that's against, I mean, and the legal luminaries probably cite this law that states that. But one of the things that kind of irks me more than anything is to, one, put numbers, and then to say that this is political. We never do anything in politics. And everybody kind of knows my political leanings in Jamaica, and I make no bones about who I support, and that's my right. But they can never point their finger. I tell you guys something that happened. On Tuesday, I was at my place of worship, and we entertained a lot of Rutgers students because they're close by. Rutgers University is close to where I live and close to where I worship. A young lady and some other students were there, and they recognized me, and they said, "Pastor," or, that's what some of them call me. We hear about the advisory from the State Department. We're planning a trip, and we think the trip is going to be messed up because of this advisory. And I spoke with them, and I volunteered to say, I will come to your department to speak and give you a background of what it is and everything, and you'll be all safe and everything. But to see them accusing my friends and my colleagues that they're political because they complained, rightfully so, I've been saying this about the crime rate, forgetting that every diaspora conference that I've been, every meetings that we have with government officials, the number one issue that 9 out of 10 people address is the issue of crime, because it's a deterrent to folks who would love to go back home or get a villa and go back and live for 6 months out of the year, and medical. So I think between her and Alaric, I think is a CG from Miami, and Roach, Alcian, and the ambassador owes all the diaspora movement a fundamental and unvarnished apology to all of us for saying something. Imagine none of us at any time says, oh, well, I'm going to do something for Jamaica, but it's political. But I know there are foundations that are distributing tablets, distributed. We don't even know where this 340,000 US dollar was collected from the radiothon in 2020, December. And we know it's not distributed, no PPE that cannot be accounted for. So the ambassador, and for those who are really afraid, and I hold no bones for anyone, but the thing is that what I'm concerned, they're talking about 30, yet we have 2 million Jamaicans in the diaspora, and less than 500 people are representing. How that squares off? How that squares off? It's dunce. So, all I'm saying is that we need to make sure that the ambassador come forward and do it. I mean, there's another beef. She's being political, and the diplomatic services should not be political or a listen up thing. I've said it to her in writing and personally that the leader of the opposition is a constitutional office, and you can't have only government minister. You need to bring the leader of the opposition in that. So that is basically my thing with her and the whole thing. You can look at my letter. I posted it on some of the pages.
Well, hold on, Patrick. Let me just say, I have a question to ask. When the protest took place, there was a great hue and cry in the diaspora and in Jamaica that it was a failure, that it was a total failure. We didn't have enough people and all of this nonsense, right? Then all of a sudden, the ambassador said the dirty 30, they're the ones why. So all of a sudden the protest is successful. And I'm like, wait, did it like got successful over time? Because to the best of my recollection, to the best of my recollection, the travel advisory was posted before we started saying it was they started they're telling us how much of a failure we were. It was posted 1920, I think the 23rd or something like that was posted. The protest was on the 19th. And then on the 21st, I recall that people were saying, oh, it's these guys are a bunch of failures, blah, 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 blah. Then all of a sudden now, the dirty 30, thank you, Cora. The dirty 30, we are the most influential Jamaicans in the United States because we got the United States to enhance the travel advisor to Jamaica. Here's a question I want to ask you. I know what prompted you to write to the ambassador or to write about the ambassador, but tell us in so many words, what exactly were the contents of that communication? What were you asking for, and what do you hope to achieve by it?
But she has not really. I mean, just to hear her talk about the 30, and I mean, and so that there are just a few people. I support them, but I'm not a part of the task force because I want to learn one thing. I got to stay in my lane. I'm not an expert in that and everything, but just going to what I do a lot of. There's a thing in the Bible say one or two are gathered in my name. They speak also. So therefore, if 30 gathers in name, they be speaking from me also because they multiply it how many times over. You go everywhere or you do anything locally within the communities. That's his number one concern. And to really disparage us and those who work so much to represent the country, it's hurtful because no matter where you go, I've been in many places from Iowa to Arizona, all over as representing my denomination and one of its entity. Whenever I get up to speak, folks know that, oh boy, you're from, sometimes they say I'm from Trinidad or Barbados. I don't know where they get that from. That's kind of hurt me. But they always say, hey, you're from Jamaica and everything. And then it starts conversation and we get to sell the country more. So we are the diplomats. They're getting paid and they are not doing anything. Excuse me, I'm just walking to.
Patrick, we're
Yeah.
losing.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, hold on to it.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is that you can't have it both ways. You want us to lobby.
Yeah, we're not hearing
the puppets and our marionettes that we have.
Yeah, we're not hearing you. Not hearing you. But anyway, let me just raise this point that the ambassador, she was careful enough, right? Herb, check this out. I said, check this out. She was careful enough not to mention the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, right? Now, that's the organization that represents all of us in the diaspora. Why didn't she say, hey, you Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, I need you to go and lobby the State Department to get this thing changed? Why didn't she ask them to do it? She didn't mention them. She didn't mention them because it's a bogus organization. And not only that, she would have exposed them because if they went as the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to the State Department, questions probably would have been asked as to, who are you folks? Are you registered? Why are you lobbying on behalf of the Jamaican government? And then next thing you know, it's FARA. It's, have you filed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act? And so those people would be exposed. So she took care not to mention them at all, even though they are the government, the government in some cases appointed by the government, but they're the organization that's officially recognized by the government of Jamaica as representing all of us. And she never once mentioned to them that you're representing all the Jamaicans there. You call the State Department, you go over there, you talk to them. But folks, what I'm gonna do is I'm using that to segue to a piece that I'd like to do regarding the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. But before I do that, let me just open the phone line and just have a few of you take a few calls and get your opinion about the matter. I don't see Patrick. I don't know if he's, and we're expecting.
Seems like he was in his car. He might have realized he's been, he's been cut off.
Gone.
Yeah.
Folks, let me put up the phone number. Here it is. Oh, there you go. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello? Not hearing you. Kevin, where you there? Them can't hear me. All right. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Caller, where are you calling from? Hello? I don't know what's going on here. Hello?
Ratty?
Yes.
Calling from Fort Lauderdale.
Hi. Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
Go ahead.
I'm somebody you know, but you'll figure it out.
I know who it is. I know who it is.
Okay, cool. Big up to you, Herb, and I am doing. Well, I mean, I know if we can explain a great job I'm doing. Just really quickly. The pictures you showed at the hospital, them, I was just subjected to it by a family member down there. And he spent 3 days sitting in the lobby with the possibility of a serious illness that was affecting his kidneys, where his kidneys had shut down.
Wow.
And if I didn't see it firsthand, I would have never believed it. That's the terrible state. Added to the fact, said that happened last year, January. He needed to do a biopsy. And he had to wait about 7 months for the biopsy appointment. That's the appointment they gave him. So let's say it was an advanced stage or a stage where he could have get the biopsy early and them treat him accordingly. By the time that time come, him would have dead. Had to turn around and pay me $700 US for a biopsy for him to get it privately done. Jamaica's healthcare system is part of the reason why the whole infrastructure is so screwed up. And I saw it firsthand, and that's one of the reasons I cannot go back to Jamaica right now. Because I'm afraid if I go down there and get sick, I cannot even think about going to a UE or any hospital for that matter. Now keep in mind, I have an American registered company that wanted to give back to my community in Jamaica. And I hire contractors to work in Jamaica. And I pay them really well, way above what they would normally earn, because I just feel like it's the right thing to do. But I can't even go down there and do training because, one, so much anxiety takes me because of the crime. Two, if I get sick, because I'm already a sick person, I can't afford to get sick down there. And three, I can't afford the med evac insurance if I go down there and get sick and them have to fly me out. Can't afford to do it.
Wow.
So where do I stand? What you're doing is an amazing thing. not just for the community, but for each Jamaican that have a vested interest in the country, that wants to go back and build them country. And it's unfortunate that it's actually a great thing that the dirty created an impact like this. Because now what they did was they inspire me now to book a ticket on May 9th and be in New York, along with my Cumbalos. You understand? Because it don't make no sense. It's a good thing that's happening. It's impacting them. Say, if you want to hurt a man, hit him in him pockets.
Mm.
And so, unfortunately, it may domino effect where it hurt the community, the Jamaican community, whereas them saying them losing tourist dollars. But maybe that will spur them into action to clean up some of the corruption, clean up the crime, invest more in healthcare. I am done. You guys have a great day.
All right. Thank you so much.
Program.
Thank you so much. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, man.
Be well. Bye-bye. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm a Jamaican, just moved to Texas.
Yes, sir. Talk to us.
I just upset with you, Mr. Rattigan, and your learned friend, Aisha.
Yes, sir.
Can you put yourself in Mr. Morgan's shoes? Would he just ask for an apology from you, sir?
I'm sorry. Would he what?
Would he ask for an apology from you?
I don't know what he would do, but the only thing I can tell you is that he's been in the media. He's been in the media space for 13 years. Before I believe he joined the government, he's Minister of Information, and so he has to act responsibly. You cannot have a Minister of Information going around spreading, telling things that are not, saying things that are not true about somebody. You have to put a stop to it. And I am.
Yeah, but
hello.
Yeah, but apology is just not a stop. Apology not a stop, Mr. Ratty.
All right, let me ask you this.
Let him feel it.
Oh, you want me to go further? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying
Yes,
don't just
sir.
ask for an apology. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, I'll leave that up to the lawyer. I'll leave that up to the lawyer. I don't practice
man, you
law
gotta
in
teach him
Jamaica.
a proper lesson, man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You have to teach him a properly lesson.
Teach him a lesson, huh? I can't hardly hear you.
Yeah. You don't like something there, so that give me a problem. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. You got to teach him that in not to slaughter people in public.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, look at the one with the gun, with the man in St. Thomas. And the one in Portmore, where I tell Portmore residents a theme yard. These people out of one, man.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But again, I'll leave that up to the lawyer, my learned counsel. You know how it is, right? I have to take his advice.
Yeah, what the learned counsel must know that they must make them pocket fear. Because look what they was going to do to him.
Oh, yeah. I understand what you're saying. And so what I'll do is this. Let me leave that to the learned counsel, but I thank you for your opinion on the matter. And hopefully,
man. I feel hurt, man.
All right, my brother. Well, look, take care of yourself. Thanks for calling. Thanks for the support. And I wish you all the well in I wish you all the best in Texas. All right?
Yeah, but now I'm going to come to New York at your March.
Oh, you have to come, man. I mean, and bring your family, bring your friends, bring your neighbors, bring everybody, man. Tell a friend.
Yeah, man.
So we'll talk soon, all right?
Yeah, man.
All right, cool. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good evening. Where are you calling from? Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Hi, good evening to you, Rattigan and company. How you doing?
Doing well, sir. Thank you for asking.
Good. I'm calling from the Eastern Caribbean. I'm actually a Jamaican in the Eastern Caribbean. Yeah?
Okay.
Now, No, I want to say that I want to commend you and the team for the effort that you led there in Fort Lauderdale, in Florida, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Miami to that eventually led to the travel advisory. And I don't understand if people realize that we are sitting right in the scruff of a revolutionary movement that is being unearthed here.
Right.
And I want to commend you. I see that the young fella who, as old people say, young storm, young bird no storm.
Young bird no hurricane.
Yes, has passed his place in attacking your credibility and character. But you know that will be dealt with, as you have said, in the legal ways.
Right.
But the issue that I want to raise, I have gone at a length and breadth to look at every travel advisory that has been issued so far over the last 10 to 15 years.
Give us the benefit of your research.
Yes, the benefit of my research. The United States government has never issued a travel advisory in relation to a health system in Jamaica. Never.
Including COVID?
And I repeat, for the exception of COVID, I know COVID was the exceptional case.
But so beyond that,
let me clarify.
Okay.
Right? Outside of that, we have never had a travel advisory issue on our health system.
Okay.
But let me say why I want to zone in on this. We have a sitting Minister of Health in Jamaica who was presided as Minister of Health with the most resources available to him as minister. Yes, and that's a statement of fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We saw Cornwall Regional budget moving from 2-point-something billion that it was supposed to have been to now we're hearing 14 billion. Yeah.
Yes.
We're not talking about building a new hospital. It is renovations to an existing building that just was waste of resources, to be quite frank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, when you look at this, and you look at the management of the healthcare system, when Fenton Ferguson was there, and quite frankly, I like to compare, it has nothing to do with politics. We were under an austerity measure. But do you realize during that period, the healthcare system was not under the pressure that it is under now? And the reason for that is because there was more attention at our the community health facilities. So for example, attempts were made to upgrade the Money Health Community Center. Attempts were made to upgrade the offshoots, because if you focus on primary health care, which is more in terms of the preventative side, yeah, instead of getting people to go to the hospital. So the plan that Fenton Ferguson had was, let us reduce the numbers going into the hospitals. Let's have the doctors going to the communities. Let them work from that point of view.
Okay.
This minister of health has spent the most monies on advertisement. Yes. Don't forget that we have a situation called Market Me.
Yes, I remember.
Right. Don't forget that we have the Ministry of Health for the last 3 years has not been able to present their audited financial accounts, proper accounts to the PAC plus to the Auditor General.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Right now, in light of all of this minister is still a Minister of Health. This man is still presiding over the Ministry of Health, and they have the gall to come and say that the travel advisory that the Americans issue, that they need to withdraw the travel advisory. I think that these guys are living in la la land. They're one, because they do not use the hospital facilities. Yes, they do not. The only time they go there is when they're doing tours. Yeah. We look at the issue that we're having in the facilities now, saying we're having a shortage of doctors. Where is the agreement we had with the Cubans? There was an existing agreement that we had with the Cubans, but because during the COVID, the Minister of Health told the Cubans, it's okay, you can go. Yeah? The manner in which they were treated, and these are some things we need, and I think the public is not realizing. Why is it that we're having a shortage in our system when we already had an existing bilateral arrangement with the Cubans, which would have given us the technical persons we need?
You've made some good points. Can't argue with them.
Right, and in relation to the local government elections, This is going to be a real testament of how the Jamaican people feel about the leadership of this government, right? This has been an uncaring government, a government that has lacked. For me, it is not even the politics of it. Yes, it is the issue of the corruption. Wilfred Rattigan, when you hear of investors, I have spoken to investors from Canada who have visited Jamaica to invest in the Vernon Field Metropolis development when Mike Henry was the minister then. And one of the drawbacks that these investors had after Mike Henry was removed as minister was that they were told by persons within the office of the Prime Minister that in order for them to have a sit-down meeting for their investment project to be approved, they must go sit with a lawyer and pay this amount of money before they can have. Do you realize that foreign direct investment in Jamaica is at its lowest?
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was at its lowest. But I tell you what.
Check it. Except for the hotel side. Except on the hotel side.
What?
FDIs are at its lowest in the history of Jamaican history.
What I'd like to do, and people in the chat, they're saying I should have you on the show. So what I'd like to do, let me just abbreviate the conversation and just say, look,
yes,
send me something. You can just send me a text on the number you see on the screen, and then we'll work it out. But I really appreciate your contribution to the conversation.
No man, I listen here every Saturday. Sometimes I come in the chat, but I listen every Saturday. Sometimes, I mean, it's long, but I do listen.
Much appreciated, my brother.
All the best to you, Rattigan, and to Isat and to Herb. Keep up the hard job, man. You guys are doing a great job, and continue pushing.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Take care of yourself.
Great.
Well.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to take one more call and then close the lines because we have some guests here and we need to hear from them. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Hello, caller. Caller, you're muted.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Rattigan. What's going on, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
From Kingston, Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
Herbie, what's going on? You're right. No, Mr. Rattigan. I like what you're doing. Everybody love what you're doing, you see? But here's my thing. When are you guys gonna start to attack the bad laws in Jamaica that breeds this corruption and mismanagement and lack of service delivery?
All right.
You know, like nepotism nepotism is not a criminal offense. Undeclared conflict of interest is not a criminal offense. Cronyism is not illegal. When are you guys gonna start to attack the laws?
Well, here's how we're gonna attack it. All right, you asked the question. Here's how we're gonna attack it. We're gonna attack it with something called Magnitsky, and we have other laws in the U.S., the UK, Canada, and the EU. That's how we're gonna attack it because, as you said, those acts that you just mentioned, they're not punishable by law in Jamaica. So, but they're punishable by law elsewhere. It's called corruption, and there's a statute against international corruption. So we are planning to do that. So we can, for us to make a change within the system, it's going to take a while. But for us to affect the system, it doesn't take that long. So that's what we're planning to do between now and May 10th when we have the protest. We're planning to go see the lawmakers.
Okay, so
to bring this to
clear another point now. So you lock up you get a few politicians arrested or they lose their houses or whatever, and right, and the laws remain the same. So you have another set of politician comes up, and because the laws are there to facilitate these crimes, which are not punishable. You know, they're not criminal offenses. I'm afraid that this thing will keep going on and on and on.
But listen to me. The dirty 30 can only do so much outside the country. Now it's your turn now. You and your neighbors and your relatives now to say, listen, we are galvanized and we're going to speak with one voice and speak to our lawmakers, the people that we elect to represent us. And so you attack it from your end. And we attack it from our end, and I guarantee you that whatever you're seeking will be realized.
We're all seeking a better constitution.
Yeah, but you have to do something to man. You have to do, but
that's only fixed for Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, but you have to do. All right, well, let me ask you. Let me ask you this.
The Magnitsky and all of these.
But hold on. No, go ahead. Sorry.
So what I'm saying is that we don't attack the Constitution and get rid of get the root cause. Attack the root cause, yeah, and get the Constitution rewritten by the people for the people and put in all these good laws and get this enforcement. Then we're gonna have lack of service delivery, and we lock up a few politicians and look how much gang leaders get locked up at times, and another gang leader come because the laws are remain the same. My thing is that I strongly believe that we all need to come together and get the laws changed, the Constitution, get stuff in it that hold these, for example, a recall mechanism. A politician not representing and doing service delivery. Have some mechanism to recall and we don't have to wait an election. I mean, buying votes should be totally illegal.
All right, let me ask you.
The high command, police high command should be independent from politicians, should be serving the people, not politicians.
All right, let me ask you. Are you of voting age?
Yes.
All right.
Sir.
All right. So now tell me now, you asked me the question about what we can do, and I told you about the Magnitsky and how we're going to see our lawmakers. Now I'm going to pose the same question to you. You are in Jamaica and you're suffering. Basically, I can hear it in your voice under the corruption.
Corruption,
right.
Yeah.
What is your solution? And do you have a solution to fight the corruption in Jamaica? And if you do, what is it?
Well, my solution is well, to go with the lesser evil right now. What I'm doing on social media is trying to get Mark Golden to accept some of these, to fulfill some of these promises that Andrew Willis didn't do, like term limits, removing the gag clause, step by step. That's what I'm doing on social media and spreading the news and getting people to understand and educate them about what good laws, good governance is.
And how
we don't want no.
And how I have to go pretty soon, but let me and how would you rate your success so far in terms of informing the people?
Well, social media. Well, it's people are getting educated. I could see. I could see the response.
All right. Well, here's what I'm going to suggest. Here's what I'm going to suggest.
And one more thing, Mr. Rattigan. Why don't you want to more thing, Mr. Rattigan? Why don't you pay attention to your WhatsApp, man? Sometimes I send you a lot of stuff. Sometimes, but.
And this. Oh, you know what?
Only time you turn on, only time I see you get 2 arrows, 2 ticks is when time you calling on the thing. You don't.
That's you know what?
So you're highly rated, Mr. Rattigan. You're highly respected in the Caribbean, I think globally,
Well, here's what happened. I apologize.
I am one of your fans.
All right. Here's what. Well, guess what? You just have a new fan, and that's me. And I apologize to you for not checking the WhatsApp. What I'm going to ask you to do is, I am going to keep the phone on after the program, and then you can call me and we talk. How about that?
That's beautiful. Lovely. I love that.
All right. So we'll talk soon. All right. Take care of yourself. Be well. All right. Bye-bye. Hold on 1 second. Let me just, folks, I'm going to turn off the phone for a few because we have 2 significant guests here. Everybody here is significant to know. So, I'll be remiss if I didn't mention that these 2 lovely guests I have here, they are significant as well. Both of them I know very well. One of them is an attorney and the other is a journalist. Let me bring them on. I'm going to bring on Michelle Bowen and I'm going to bring on Carlos, Jamaican Carlos. There he is, the journalist. All right. Michelle, welcome. Carlos, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah,
respect.
First time, I hope it's not your last. I've been begging you to come on, but I know you're quite busy, and I want to thank you for taking the time out this evening to be with us. Carlos, no, I'm a brother. Carlos, Mr. Carlos, I talk to Carlos every day. So, me not have to apologize to Carlos, because when Carlos ready to call me, and, I'm going to see him all the time. So, and by the way, Carlos, just so you know, Michelle, Carlos was the chanter down in Miami. He was the one leading the chant. This man has a remarkable talent. And so he will be in New York leading the chant on 2nd Avenue and 42nd Street. So there we go. But
most definitely.
Carlos has a little presentation. I think you're gonna like it, Michelle, because this is right up your alley as far as the Chinese infiltration of Jamaica is concerned. And Carlos did some research and he came up with some stuff. So I want to give him the floor first, and then I'm gonna invite you to come in and give your opinion on that, and then I'll also ask you about the brouhaha concerning the travel advisory.
Okay.
sure you have a take on that. Carlos, the floor is yours, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Ratty. Thank you for having me. Herb Nelson, bless up, and Michelle. Good evening. Your audience, manners and respect. Now, people, I've been doing some research about the North-South Highway. And my research is based on a video clip I saw on social media. I think the lady is Kalila Reynolds. She did a video clip on social media talking about 740 acres in St. Anne. And we are hearing about Marcus Garvey name in it and all type of land for indigenous people that Chinese are trying to get to belong where the government may have given the Chinese. So when Ms. Reynolds came out with that, I said, I have to do my own research. So when I started doing my own research, people, I found out that the North-South Highway, we probably give too much for the North-South Highway. Now the North-South Highway cost $730 million US. To stop it off, remember, the diaspora give $3 to $4 billion annually. Just remember that and put it one side. $3 to $4 billion annually. The North-South Highway, $730 million. So what this North-South Highway cost us is 1,200 acres of land, and I'm going from an article from 2016, April 28, 2016. Right, so by then, Andrew Ones is in office. I think he assumed office about February, right?
February 2016.
That's correct, February of 2016. So this article is April 28. So Andrew Ones is in office already. We already know before that Portia went to China and she collected the deal and she come back home. I found out that the French was building the North-South Highway first, and the French came up on some geological problem. It's like them quit. But the JLP is the one who mentioned the Czech company from China to the PNP party. But that's not the biggest part of it. The biggest part of it is this $730 million. That's what the contract, that's what it costs, North-South Highway. We are giving them 1,200 acres of land. Now we are hearing from Kalina Reynolds, and we start look on it, I start doing my research and found out it's true. 740 acres of land down in St. Anne. Marcus Garvey name a call upon it, and all kind of people who fought for these lands. Not only that, we gave them the toll in the road. This toll, you can imagine how much money they make off of the toll in 1 year. Remember, we talk about $730 million US, right? We gave them the rights to these highways. Think about it. These highways are going through some virgin mountains. No road never did there before. Virgin mountains where Jamaicans should have get priority. We can set up business along these roads. These people, the Chinese, are given exclusive rights to set up for any signage, any advertisement at all, billboard on those highways, North-South Highway. The Chinese are given exclusive rights to set up billboards, any signage, to set up rest stops, to set up gas stations, hotels and motels. You see how much things they might get for the $730 million? Not only that, they also have a 50-year concession to pay this back. 20 years longer than other concessions granted by the government, state for public assets. You know what I'm saying? 50 years concession for them to recoup their money. 20 years longer than other concessions granted by the state for other public assets. They also receive duty-free imports. Everything we are coming in for free. When we over here try to send stuff to the hospital, red tapes, blockage, that's why the hospital now have the MRI machine or CT scans when we could have provided that. That burn, that hurt bad, that burned me to know that tax breaks, duty-free tax breaks, and all imports. No GTT tax. No GTT tax charge and tolls charged to users. Don't forget the extensive tax break. We have about that 5 years tax break. So therefore, Jamaican business cannot compete against that. It's a no-no. You cannot compete against. If I'm next door to a business like that, and I'm a Jamaican, me have to pay all kind of money to ship my stuff from overseas to my country, to import stuff in the country. The next person next door to me, the Chinese, duty-free. I have to pay taxes, them get tax break. How is it Jamaican people going to benefit from that? So right there, we know, say, next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, there are no Jamaican-owned businesses in Jamaica. As I go to Jamaica, I see them dying. So now I'm saying, how this deal is a good deal for us and a beneficial deal as Jamaicans. And I want to read something for you at the end of this article before I hand over the mic. Right here. So Czech has exclusive rights over advertising boards, signage, and any form of marketing and advertising for profit along the highway, with all revenues from the activity it keeps. It also has exclusive rights to construct gas stations, food and beverage facilities, restaurants, restroom and resting places, or motels to retain all revenue derived from the commercial activities. So may I ask, how is it $730 million US? You want to set up people, they skill Jamaican own business, set up tolling a road forever, give away the roadside. So it seems as if they give away all the land adjacent to these freeways, these highways. How is this beneficial? How is this beneficial to Jamaica? I believe it's not. I believe this is a con. I believe it's a scam. My personal belief is a con and it's a scam, and in the long run, Jamaica gonna lose. We are losing right now. Our business are dying.
Wow. That's a mouthful, an earful. First of all, greetings again, Herb and Will and Jamaican Carlos. Nice to meet you. You have brought up something that is very, very dear to my heart. Now, I don't have anything against Chinese people in general. If you look at these eyes, you'll see that my grandfather was Chinese. But the Chinese that we're dealing with right now in Jamaica, they're not like my great-grandfather who moved from China to Jamaica. They are from the CCP, the Communist Party, has sent these people into Jamaica as their agents. So really we're dealing with the Chinese government. We know that. Now, when you bring up all of these issues, these different things that have been given over to them, and I don't know at what cost, because it seems to me that they got a lot more than we did in this deal. In all fairness, that 1,200 acres of land was handed over under Portia Simpson's regime. But I would like, and I don't know if you can help us to work on this, I've been asking several people, can we get an audit of what exactly China owns in Jamaica? Because it may be that they're planning to take over our country just by buying it out. And after all is said and done, if they own the land, they own the industry, they have bauxite companies, they have 2 ports, they have Kingston, they have Kaiser Port, they have so many, they have sugar plantations have been handed over to the Chinese. We don't know if these contracts, these agreements are even legal that the government entered into. Some of talking about the cockpit country, we don't know if the rights that they were given in the cockpit to mine whatever it is, I think it's bauxite. We don't know if that's legal either. These documents that they have signed and entered into, these agreements need to be examined, and we need to figure out if somebody is responsible for some illegal transactions. That's my view on what's going on with China. It's been going on for long enough now that we have to do some real digging. But it's not impossible. We have the will, we have the expertise, we have the capacity, and we do have people in Jamaica like yourself. Are you in Jamaica, Carlos? You based in Jamaica?
No.
We have people in Jamaica who are fighting for the rights and the freedoms of the people and to preserve and protect the assets of the country, which politicians don't seem to care about, except to benefit themselves. But I think with a plan and with purpose, we can address this issue, and we need to. We really do. So thank you for enlightening us on that count. Now going to the topic that I agreed to speak on. This week.
Hold on a second, Michelle. We're going further. Let me bring in Herb and have him make some comments about the Chinese.
Yes.
Herb.
Hold on. Let me make a one point before we bring in Herb.
Sure.
Correct, Michelle statement. The JLP also under Andrew Owen's administration promised to give away land to pay for some of Portia's debt to the Chinese also. Do not forget that. And to me, that is like, hey, we got the land deal is up for us. It's still in. So I'm here ready to deal with this land for road thing. So the Andrew Owen's administration also gave away some land where I was reading to pay for some of Portia's debt to the Chinese.
All right, Herb.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of machinations going on because Jamaica has not really decided if it can fully trust the US or Canada and the UK combined with its future. Jamaica's future is being secured with the infrastructure developments that the Chinese have produced. Nowhere in history has any other three countries mentioned. They're members of the Five Eyes, and they also are predominantly the Commonwealth and the leader in the Western Hemisphere. But no one has ever dedicated the billions of dollars to Jamaica's development as the Chinese have been encouraged to do. I don't know what the particulars were when Portia went over the second time, because she went there before and the Chinese asked her about, I think it's about 200 or 300 million US dollars that the Labour government had lost or claimed that they didn't know where it was when the PNP took over after that brief interlude that the golden government was in Jamaica. So when you're talking about who to trust and when to trust them, it's a changing world at the time. China has put out $18 trillion worth of investments worldwide. Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. They are still steadfastly hoping to control trade, especially in the US's backyard. And they are supposed to be making Jamaica out to be the fourth largest logistics hub, which has been repeated again recently by both Minister Hilton, who it started with the PNP government, and the JLP government ministers, Clark and others themselves. So when we're looking to balance things out, we may not want to be speaking Mandarin or the other Cantonese in the near future. But it appears that China and Jamaica are going to be in lockstep for at least the next 50 or more years. That's how long the commitment is for the road building on these highways in Jamaica. So we're going to have to challenge the government to find out what changed between the time they took over and the time the PNP government had made this agreement. How much more monies have exchanged hands, have been paid out to the government, and why is it we're not on track to have something like a balanced budget or development of our infrastructure, which includes the healthcare, which is in a shambles, or other industries that the Chinese took over, which bauxite is one, and maybe farming, sugarcane estate. If the Chinese can help us to recover all of that, then the challenge is for the US, Canada, and the UK to come up with a better plan to help its former, protege here in Jamaica. Because the only thing I know is we've been going after the UK for reparations. $2 billion worth of monies in reparations and benefits. And that's not appearing to be working any at all. So with almost 3 million people on the island, and the fact that things have slowed down and nothing in the industrial areas seem to be working. The bauxite has been poisoned to the people and it's now working out. So my question really back to the panel is, how do you balance out things to ensure the future of Jamaica is assured? Because tourism is not going to do it. And where else do we go?
Herb, you speak of China as if they're a benevolent country that came to help Jamaica. And without their help, Jamaica would just disintegrate into nothingness. I don't hold that opinion. I believe that the so-called investment by China in Jamaica has a lot of strings attached to it. And that's why China has been the preferred partner or the preferred benevolent entity or country that the Jamaican government has chosen to work with. And I don't think it's a fair comparison to use the UK, Canada, and the US and the kind of aid that has been given to Jamaica over the years. China has not given any aid to Jamaica. China has called this investments at a cost. Every time they do something in Jamaica or for Jamaica, Jamaica has to give up something. That's very different from international aid that has been coming from the US, the UK, and Canada over the decades. So I don't think the comparison is fair. But to answer your question, the answer is for the government to do its job, develop industries, rather than treating tourism as the only way to bring in foreign exchange and income to the island. Where is our farming industry? Why are we selling out our industries rather than developing them? Why are Jamaicans not being given contracting jobs to build infrastructure? We have the capacity to do it. We're outsourcing everything, even our airports. You mean Jamaica can't run its airport? We need Mexico to run our airport? We have the expertise to run our own industries, but for some reason, it seems to be that the government thinks outsourcing, selling off, giving away stuff is the way to go. The only thing left right now to give away is the people, because I don't know what is left that Jamaica owns. We need to have an audit to determine what Jamaica, the government, the people of Jamaica actually own in Jamaica. That's a serious question that needs to be answered.
All right, Carlos. Carlos, can you hear me?
I think
can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear
all
you.
right, all right. I thought about that. Come in and knock me out. So, Herb, no, one thing I want to drop in is that the Chinese are the one who choose the land. And them go pick the land. And them fly around Jamaica and pick the land, not the government pick the land and say, here's a piece of land for the road. The Chinese are the one who choose the land based on my research and say, boy, this I want. And them choose land from 2014. them identify a piece of land which was down by Rowan River in St. Ann, but they never specifically say that. But based on what them appoint, them say it was within that area. So them choose the land. Now, them also with this deal, $730 million, them bringing their own contractors. So I don't understand how that works. Them bringing their own contractors come do this, and even them own laborers, prisoners. Now, when we live in Jamaica, we have to get a clean police record. So I can't believe some man that really sign like Jamaica is just a piece of glass when Jamaica is a diamond, sign a contract like this so you can bring prisoners into our country when we going overseas after a clean police record. Now, don't forget them bring fake stuff, fake oil, fake rice, fake baby feed, rum, boom, cigarette. So what good that is doing to us? Some people say, Carlos, when we get cheap stuff to sell on our market, but look on the quality of stuff we are selling, what do we have to give for the piece of road? Well, life, when Jamaicans are getting sick every day based on what we are consuming, the 20-year concession, the 50-year concession is 20 years more than the United States and Canada. Why that? Why is it 20 years? Why you add 20 years and the 30? It has always been 30. Now it's 50 years. Why is it special over there? No, I believe this is engineered hardship. That's my personal belief. Now, let's talk about the new boyfriend. Now, we have this new boyfriend coming around, dangling money around. We have this new boyfriend, we know, so sometimes he come a little bit drunk, cause too bad, he never put a hand on you. He might slam the door and slam the fridge door, but he never put a hand on you. Come tomorrow morning, sober up again, him gone to work and provide for the family. That's the old boyfriend. None of them is perfect. None of these boyfriends are perfect. They all have problems. But here comes a new guy. Nobody know. Dangling money before we face. I believe that we benefit from the United States more than Jamaica benefit from China. Because think about this. What if the United States and Canada don't give you another dime in loans and grants for the rest of our life? Why can't we build and live on what we have learned from the United States? We are dummy. Look at the things they have done for us. Education. There are so many Jamaicans over here owning acres and acres of land. Many properties. Business property, commercial property, and the residential property. Jamaican live here. Barrels are going down from a little boy from, look here, man can call America quick and fast, yo, send me a thing now. We benefit from the old boyfriend more than the new boyfriend. We don't know the new boyfriend. All we know is when COVID come in, we see some type of people at the roadside get kicked out the apartment, get kicked out the hotel, couldn't go in house, couldn't go in restaurants, couldn't go in supermarkets to go buy food. Some type of people were blamed for the big C, right? Remember that. So I believe it's an engineered hardship. So we as Jamaica need to look at these things. So my solution for what Herb said a while ago, how we can push forward with this thing. Michelle talk about agriculture. Yes, we can push agriculture. There's no need for our agriculture industry to fall like that. But if you have politicians who are shipping and stuff in the country in terms of food, there's no need for them to push agriculture. If you have politicians who are benefiting from outside medical facility, there are no need for politicians to put these things in the hospital like MRI machine and CT scan. If you have politicians who are making money from shipping water in trucks and selling the water, there's no need to bring pipes to you. If you have politicians who own and have association and links with medical, with dead house, funeral parlors, there's no need to bring down crime. So these guys, their corruption is hurting us as a people. So I look at it like this. Farming is one big method, one big tool we can use to take us out of poverty. The other thing again is we in the diaspora. There's a diaspora council. What the diaspora council is doing when they come over here and they link up with Jamaican people over here, are we just barrel senders and people who send money through remittance? Are we no expert over here and people education? They say the best and the brightest are over here because Jamaica is brain drain. As a man gets out of university, he finds himself over foreign. So basically, over foreign have all of the bright Jamaica, them sit down in all kind of business. Name all the areas they're in. So Jamaica is not really tapping into the knowledge of the Jamaica diaspora. They are not. They want to come over here, come look, fundraiser. They want to see us as that. They're not tapping into, we don't make no serious, we're not in no serious position in our government. You understand me? I say, we don't know we're not run all these deals, this $730 million deal. If one of us from overseas was in that, when I do that agreement, people would have said, no, man, they're taking our money. Because I believe the Jamaican government is thinking, say, that a whole lot of money now. One of us over here, so our brain is different. Yeah, we could have said, no, that you can't give away all of that, 730, when we overseas are pushing $3 to $4 billion every year. Why should we all who $730? Why should we make that be a 50-year thing when they can just take out $1 billion, pay for that, and get back change? Make no sense to us. So, Herb, I'm telling us, us in the diaspora, they're not utilizing us. They not use us for a big contract in Jamaica, them sell out to everybody. Look at our national heritage. They're not reaching out to us, and they have the connection to the Diaspora Council. So Diaspora Council, they're not even no good. The Jamaican government, they don't want the Diaspora Council to do what? So there we can make changes if they really harvest what we have, what we left Jamaica. We over here, so we're always giving back, and we don't want it back. A third of the GDP. Remember that.
Herb, what's your response to what Michelle and Carlos have said?
Well, you know, I hear the comparisons. Yeah, we love the U.S. and we love the U.S. to act and to help Jamaica, but the U.S. interests are tied up in the Middle East with oil and gas. It's tied up in the Ukraine. And if it's not the Ukraine, it would be Poland, but whoever next that the Putin will try to pull back to reform the Soviet Union. That's where the U.S. interests lie. The U.S. is not going to give the same 100 billion, 50 billion for the development of Haiti, and it's certainly not going to do it for Jamaica, right? So if your long-term partner, and I see somebody in the chat said China is offering lower interest rates and less overhead than the US and the World Bank or the IMF and all these others that put restrictions on you, China is not doing anything of the sort. So if not China, then whom? Right? So we can speculate that the U.S. should do certain things, but the U.S. is so tied up. And I recall specifically when the Eastern European countries freed themselves up after the Soviet Union went out of business. What the U.S. said to Michael Manley was, look, we got to go take care of our cousins in Eastern Europe. And we're going to stop all the lending, you know, everything that we had promised you in the future, it's now on pause because we got to use that money for something else. And Jamaica did not need to be caught up in that situation again. So even though what we're saying, it appears that instead of the normal 30-year programs that we're used to. And by the way, if you recall, a lot of the U.S. investments in Jamaica, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean, was based on a 90-10 or 80-20 split. In other words, 90% of the revenue would leave the country and 10% would stay and trickle down to the people somehow. Right? That trickle down never happened. And the 80-20 split was based on how much of a good person you are to the U.S., how cooperative you were. And you would get a 20% split that was supposed to be under the Reagan program, trickle down to the people. So we have to be very careful.
Herb, I'll cut you. Herb, I'm going to cut you because I got to run. Ratty, me tell you the situation already. We got to run a time ticket, right? But anyway, we're going to drop something in, Herb. Look here, Herb. I'm the son of a Rasta man. Trust me. The eagle, the dragon, and the bear. We know exactly what I want. Okay? So, everybody come to take a piece off of it, like Gully Bob. I just not go on. Everybody come to take a piece off of it. Nobody believes the Carlos know what I go on. You understand me? But we have to be careful with the man with the bag of money. Be careful with the man with the bag of money. Because I look on. Remember, everybody come to take a piece off away now. But why nobody ever try to get so much away? Why nobody ever try to sit down there? Why everybody try to own anything like own a billboard, own this rights and that rights? That's the difference. And my picnic, my grand picnic, them is threatened. 50 years we did and gone herb no away now. Herb, 50 years we're not there. Them people make these rules. They're not there in 50 years. No, my grand picnic them have to go face them. I think I know. Them I think is wrong bang. Why no other people get 50-year concession? The 50-year concession still don't make no sense because $730 million and no money they jack up for so long. Pay that off and make the people and go on. What they jack up for? What they stay for? The land thing are the biggest thing because they plan to build up hotel, they plan to build up gated community. And market when they build that. Jamaican authorities can't go in and go lock up. Nobody. You understand me? So everybody come to use Jamaican. Nobody believe that. Them see a loophole where the other people them use we and left over. You know when they have juice out coconut, and you make that one juice there, and you look point again and say, no, so we need to throw some water in that. They never juice out the good. Man, we juice out the real good and show them the real juice with coconut go on. Turn on the blender again and blend it up. And juice out the coconut again finer. And that them represent to I and I Carlos. You understand me? Because the juice out finer than what the other people them juice out away. Everybody come to get a lick off away. so as some feel herb, I and I better stick with the evil that I know than the good that I don't know. Because I never said nobody else who lend me money try to do this. I don't care how cheap it is. It's not everything glitter as gold. Nobody set up a toll in our road. Look how Jamaican business are shut down. How do we? We can't fight that. We can't fight nobody who will get duty-free imports herb. We can't fight nobody who will get tax break herb. I kill a real rock stone part of every Jamaican business. Every single Jamaican business a threat to you. You cannot fight people who get tax break when you pay tax. You cannot fight the man who ship duty-free imports. You cannot fight nobody. Guys, me go and listen while me go and get ready because me have to cut. Me love you guys. Michelle, Irv, Ratty, audience, me love you. I got to go. I will listen. All right. I'm on you out here.
Take care.
Love you.
Thank you.
My brother.
All right.
Yes. Right. Sorry I got to go, but I got to run. Bye-bye.
Not ready. We'll talk. Michelle, you want to have the last word on this before we move on, and then you just segue into the topic that you
40 years ago, China was not a wealthy country, and I just cannot believe that if China had stayed in the condition it was, that Jamaica would fall apart. China is not, like the god of all nations. No country really needs China. There are other options. I think if Jamaica has the will, the government has the will, they will come up with a plan that is good for Jamaica. This plan with China is definitely not. I can't see the benefits, especially long term, like Carlos said. And with this tax abatement that they have, it's a 5-year, I believe, tax abatement. What they do is they simply close down the business and then reopen it in a friend or relative's name, so they never pay taxes. They never do. They just keep rolling it over and over.
Yeah.
We have to do something about China.
Yeah, the one thing I'd add to this is, and I hear the conversation on both sides, is that the Bureau of Standards, I'm trying to think what role would they play, because China is flooding the Jamaican market with a whole bunch of fake products. And faster than you can shake a stick at. Plus, don't forget that they control the ports, at least the two of them you mentioned. So they're bringing in stuff and then like the fake cigarettes and some of the fake medication and all of this. At the end of the day, the Jamaican people are the ones suffering. And I question the Bureau of Standards. How effective is their methodology to test products when they come to Jamaica? And how widespread is it? What kind of regimen do they have? Because I suspect that things are just coming in. Because remember, the Jamaican border is very porous. We know that. We don't have to discuss that today. So that's just something I want to throw out there to people to let them know that And I seen the chat where people are saying, "Oh, they're growing garlic in dirty water and so on and so forth." So it's something worth looking into. But anyway, let's leave it there for now. Talk to us, Michelle. What's on your mind?
Well, most recently, I have to register my disappointment with the government of Jamaica and the way they have decided to treat us here in the diaspora, the disrespect with which the ambassador has treated us. I think we need to have a response to that as a body of people. We need to figure out who we are and what is our relationship to the government of Jamaica. How do we interact with them in a way that is beneficial to us and to them and to the people of Jamaica? I don't believe that we can accept the kind of rhetoric that has been put out there. They're not even true statements, and it's not even hard to prove their falsehood. So it's just disrespect. Um, I think we need to have a forum of leaders in the diaspora to address this issue. Now, obviously, the government of Jamaica had a few problems that they wanted to solve, like kill two birds with one stone, right? So they have a problem with these 30 or 40 people who decided to peacefully protest how they have been handling the affairs of the nation. That's a problem. They don't know how to respond to that. They also have the problem of crime in Jamaica, and it's caught the attention, and rightfully so, of the United States, the State Department, and these travel advisories have been issued routinely. So that's an issue. They don't like the travel advisory. So how do you deal with those two things that they don't like? They come up with a plan. Plan is, well, first of all, you accuse the protesters of being politically motivated. Well, I want to also say at this point, the tribalism that exists in Jamaican politics, we don't have that here. Yeah, we have issues, but we don't have the political tribalism. And this kind of statement accusing us in the diaspora of taking our rightful place at the table and registering our discontent as being politically motivated, that's offensive. We deserve an apology for that, a retraction of that statement. So they blame us now for the travel advisory, and they know it's not true. So I have you have to really wonder, does this government, how do they view us? Do they view us as idiots? That they can say anything and do anything and treat us anyway? And at the same time, she now asks us to lobby the government of the United States to modify the travel advisory. That sounds to me like we could be heading to a violation of the law, because we're essentially being asked to represent a foreign government by doing that. So you're asking us to do something that's questionable. At the same time, you're blaming us for stuff that we haven't done. This relationship needs some attention. The relationship between the diaspora and the government of Jamaica.
All right. And that's why I keep saying that what we need to do is we need to boycott this bogus conference that they have. It's our conference and we're supposed to pay a registration fee. We need to get rid of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council because I don't think it represents us. And I'll use that to segue to this. Let me show you something.
I'm sorry. Okay, afterwards.
No, go ahead. Do you have something you want to say?
I just want to say that they've never claimed that the Diaspora Council represents us. Never claimed so.
Who?
It was stated and very clearly when this was introduced a few years ago that the council members are there to represent the government of Jamaica. They work for the government of Jamaica. They represent their interests. They do not represent us. Those questions were explicitly asked. They do not represent the diaspora.
Well, you know what? I think it's the second page of the terms of reference. The first first section, last provision, they say that it is not an arm of the government. But when you read further on, there are things indicating it is an arm of the government. But let me use that to segue to this. All right. And you'll see what I'm talking about. And by the way, we noticed that the ambassador didn't, and I mentioned this earlier, she didn't ask the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, which they claim is the representative body of the diaspora. Didn't ask them to go to the State Department. She's asking the diaspora in general for us to go. Take a look at these people. Let me see. All right. This is the 8th of January, right? I wrote to this lady, Andrea Noble. She's the ATI. And by the way, people, you hear me talking about the ATI, access to information, and I've been pleading with you. If you want me to do the tutorial again, I'll do it again. But you need to ask the government questions about its activities. And barring certain exceptions, they must give you that information. Must, just like PIOJ. First, they tell me they don't have any information, and then I revised the request, and now they tell me we have the information, but you have to pay for it. So I said, fine, I'm going to pay for it. I'll get it, but you have to use ATI. Believe me, it's a tremendous tool. I suspect that at some point they're gonna modify it so that even more information they cannot give you. But while we have this opportunity, please use it. Now, I wrote to this lady, and here's what I said to her. I said to her, and I'll read it for those of you who cannot see it. I said, Ms. Noble, good morning. You are listed as the ATI's responsible officer for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Therefore, I respectfully request information regarding the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council that were established by the ministry in January 2020. Here are the questions I ask. Are the GJDC, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and the GJDYC, Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, are they registered organizations? Because we don't know. We don't believe they are, but we'd like to know. That's question number one. Question number two, if they are registered, where are they registered? When were they registered and by whom? Question number three, if they're not registered, why aren't they registered? Question number four, are they considered a quote unquote movement? And the reason why I say that is because my representative told me in uncertain terms that the council was not an organization, it was a movement. Because I said to her, well, look, if you look at the terms of reference, it has all the hallmarks of an organization. It has, a section on voting. It has a section on how do you get rid of people. It has a section on responsibilities. It has a section on how do you govern. It has all the hallmarks of an organization. She said, no, it's a movement. So question number 5, if the councils are considered a movement, please advise who classified them as such and when. Additionally, please provide documentation evidencing the classification. Question number 6, the council's terms of reference, and I get the particular sections: 1.1, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 4.3b, 4.3d, 5.1b, 11.2, and the reporting chart indicate significant government influence and control over the council. So given the significant influence and control over the council by the government of Jamaica, please provide the basis for the following statement in the terms of reference, section 1.5. Quote, it is important to note that the council is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. What's the basis for saying that? If everything else in the document is saying this is an organization that's going to be controlled, run by the government of Jamaica, then how do you get to saying that it is not an arm of the government of Jamaica? Question number 7, is it true that 3 of the 4 individuals who lead and support the council officials is it true that 3 of the 4 individuals who lead and support the council are ministry officials and not diaspora members? Question number 8,
Did the ministry facilitate legal advice to the council members who live in the USA regarding the Foreign Agents Registration Act? If this was done, were the members required to submit thorough information to the U.S. Department of Justice? And if the ministry did not facilitate legal counsel to the members regarding this matter, why wasn't it done? If these people, did you provide legal advice saying that, hey, look, you have to comply with the Foreign Agents Registration Act? When was this done? By whom? So on and so forth. Question number 9. Are the council appointments made by the minister with responsibility for diaspora affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade akin to that of the honorary consuls, envoys, and diplomatic corps? Because in Jamaica, we have honorary consuls. Well, when I say Jamaica, I mean that they're here. They're all over the place in America. They're all over the world, actually. And we have envoys, and we have members of the diplomatic corps. So the question is, are the council members equal to that of these people, honorary consuls, envoys, and diplomatic corps? Question number 10. If not, if they're not akin, if they're not equal to those groups, please explain the difference. Since the council have some of the same functions as the honorary consuls, envoys, and diplomatic corps. Since the council members, they have to, if you look at the terms of reference, they have some of the same functions. So the question is, if they have the same functions, do they have the same responsibilities? Do they have the same them get the same bly? Them get the same courtesies, diplomatic courtesies that you would extend to the envoys, honorary consuls, and diplomatic corps? Do you extend those to the council members? Question number 11. It appears that 3 of the 4 individuals who lead and support the council have diplomatic protection. That is to say, privilege or immunity. How many members of the council have diplomatic privilege or immunity? Because since they're doing the same function and they're reporting to you and they're being led by you, do they have diplomatic privilege or immunity as the other people? And question number 12, were the appointments to the council made with the knowledge and consent of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Prime Minister, and or the Governor General? Because we know that a lot of these appointments, the Governor General is involved, or the Prime Minister. So we would just want to know, how was this done? Was this done as appointments are normally done, or was this just done by the minister? And then I say, I thank you in advance for your attention to this matter and look forward to a response within the statutory 30-day period. So I asked 12 questions, and by law, they're supposed to respond within 30 days of receipt of this email. By law, also, they can write back and say, listen, we're going to need an additional 30 days. They're allowed to do that. So by law, they have, technically speaking, 60 days to respond to you. Now, they did respond. And here's a response. When did I file it? I filed it January 8th. And a little short of the 30-day period, they came back February 5th. Look at the response and tell me if you see what's wrong with it. Let me make this a little bit smaller so that we can get everything. There we go. It says, Dear Mr. Rattigan, I refer to your email of 8th January. So they received it on the 8th. Seeking information under the access, blah, 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 blah. Please note that section 6.4 of the Act provides that where an official document is open to access by the public, access to that document shall be obtained in accordance with those procedures. And here's the key. In this regard, I am to advise that official documents held by the ministry concerning the applicable questions on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council in your application, including the terms of reference for the 2 councils, are available on the ministry's website at, and they gave me the website. So they didn't give me the answers. They said to me, we have all of the applicable questions you're asking. The answers are on the website. Go look at the website. Don't bother us. So I follow instructions, that's what I do. So I went to the website. By the way, I've been going to this website for a long time, so I know the website inside out. But I went back and I looked, and guess what? Of the 12 questions asked, this question is the only question that is answered by the website. This one, number 7. Is it true that 3 of the 4 individuals who lead and support the council are ministry officials and not diaspora members? That's true. That's true, and that is answered on the website itself, because it says that the head of the council is the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So the diaspora organization is headed by the number 2 person in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, followed by 2 additional officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And there is 1 diaspora member. So the 4 people who lead and support this organization, 3 of them are ministry officials. It says so on the website. That's the only question that's been answered. So all these other questions, and Kevin, where you there? Because there's another section, there's another piece that I put on it, but it's not here. But what I actually did was I wrote back to them and I said, listen, the website only provides the answer to number 7. So 1 to 6 and 8 to 12, they're not answered. So I'm waiting for you to respond. And we shall see whether or not they're going to respond. But the reason why they can't respond, people, is simply this. They have no answers. They have no good answers, because it is not a registered organization. And so that's why you get the reason, now you get the understanding as to why they couldn't say, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, you go talk to the State Department. Because the first thing the State Department would say, where are you registered? Who are you? And they can't go in there and say, well, we're a movement. Because then the question would be, a movement of what? Who are you people? And once they say, well, we are affiliated with the Jamaican government, and we don't like what you're doing with the travel advisory, you know what would happen? That would probably trigger a thorough investigation. And they know it. So it's not a movement. It's not an organization. It's not registered anywhere. Controlled by the government of Jamaica. They haven't been provided thorough information to say whether they should or shouldn't file. They don't have diplomatic immunity or privilege. And I don't think they've ever been appointed by the Prime Minister and the Governor General. This was done solely by the ministry. That's what I believe. So I'm waiting now for them to come and tell me that, you know what, the questions that you asked, here are the answers. And give me the answers. Because I don't think they're going to give me those answers. They won't. Because I tell you what, if they come to me and say it's not registered and it's not a movement, I am marching over to Department of Justice. And you don't know me, people, family don't know me. If I say me, I'll do something, I do it. Because I don't have nobody yard but my yard. I don't know that. So if they come back and they say, well, it's not a movement, and I'm giving them fair warning. If they come back and they say it's not a movement and it's not an organization, I am marching over there and say, we have agents of a foreign power. Here are the names, because the names are published. So I give them all of the names and say, you need to investigate these people. And if any of them work in a sensitive position, the clearances are gone. Especially if they didn't tell their employer, the U.S. government, that, hey, we have a relationship with a foreign government. If they didn't do that, gone. Plus, they're looking at being prosecuted. And, your clearance gone, your job gone. And now you gone, and you look for go to prison. So I am waiting for them to come back with the answer. And if it takes too long to come back with the answer, then I'll just go and do it anyway. So if they're smart, what they do is they come back and say, listen, you know what, Mr. Rattigan? We're going to disband these organizations. You're right. They should not be controlled by the government. And we're going to let you guys in the diaspora figure out what you want to do in terms of having your own organization, which is exactly what should have been done. The government should never have any interest or interaction or influence in these organizations. What should have happened, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council should have been a standalone organization comprised of diaspora members, and then we pick our own leaders, and then they interface with the Jamaican government. We shouldn't have the Jamaican government come and sit and run our organization, and then to add insult to injury, they said, oh, but guess what? When we have the conference that is supposed to be your conference, we're not going to have it where you live. We're going to have it in Jamaica. So you have to come to Jamaica and come to the conference. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have to pay a registration fee to enter your own conference. Wouldn't it make better sense, since it's a diaspora organization, to rotate it in the diaspora and include Jamaica as well? Include Jamaica. So we have 4 population centers: UK, US, Jamaica, and Canada. Rotate it. And that way you get ideas. Yeah, then you get people to start meeting with each other, and it start doing the networking and all of that. That would be a much better solution. Much better solution. And then also have the leadership be people from the diaspora. We cannot have this. We can't. And so I'm telling people, I'm reaching out to the members of this council. I'm telling them, resign ASAP. Resign. I'm telling you, resign. And I'm also saying we need to boycott this organization. Do not go to that conference in Jamaica. If you're going to Jamaica in June, go visit your family. Go visit your friends, your neighborhood, your old schools. Visit organizations. Spend your money in Jamaica. Help the economy. But do not go to that that function. Do not go to that conference, because it's a bogus conference designed to take your money from you, and nothing will become of it. If they want to do something like that, tell them, you know what? Set up a portal, and then we will have Jamaicans overseas engage through the portal. But wait a minute. Maybe that's not such a bright idea, because remember, they established a portal the other day and you saw what happened. Somebody hacked into it and then started show a blue movie. So maybe that's not such a good idea.
You mean tell me they didn't accuse the 28 or the 30 of doing that?
The dirty 30. The dirty 30.
Oh gosh. I mean, this is beyond me.
Yeah. So, I'm telling people, please, whatever you do not go to that conference. Don't pay the money. Go to Jamaica, yes, by all means, and support the economy and visit family and friends, people you haven't seen in a while, and reconnect. But don't go to this conference. It's not for you. It's not for you. You know what I would love to see? I'd love to see the place empty. I really would love to see the place empty. Really would love to see it empty. And every platform that I go on, I'm going to say it again and again and again. Do not go to that conference. Do not go. Tell them, thank you, but no thank you, because it's not our organization. It's yours. And there's one reason for all of this, It's one word: control. That's all it is. They just control us. They control us through that organization. And you know what? I think I'm onto something here, because the Northeast, for example, from Maine to Virginia, it has, that region has more than 1 million Jamaicans. And in the election 2022, 2023, I believe, they had less than 100 people who cast vote. Less than 100 cast vote. You have over 1 million, less than 100. In the UK, they have 800,000 Jamaicans. Approximately 170 people cast votes. One member now receives 17 votes, and he can proudly proclaim that he's representing the Jamaican population in the UK with 17 votes. So I'm appealing to the people who didn't vote, which is the mass. Make them the 170 something people who voted. If they want to go, let them go in the UK. And the 80, 90, whatever who voted in the Northeast, if they want to go, let them go. That's one, that's, I could even say 90 who voted in the Northeast. And we have like 160 who voted. Right? That's 250. Right? Make them 250 to go. Let them go. If they want to go. But all I can tell them, if that is how they want to spend on the money and on the time, then by all means, be my guest. I would suggest you do it otherwise. You have family members in Jamaica who could have used 100, whatever the registration fees, $150, 75, whatever it is. You have family members who could actually use that money, put it to good use. Don't give it to the ministry. Do not give it to them. They don't deserve it. And with that, I'll open the floor. Michelle, talk to me.
Well, I did attend one conference, one and one alone. You know, my most vivid memory of that conference is, I won't say which minister, but he stayed there on the podium for about an hour. Herbert, you were there at the conference, and
Yeah.
all he did was
That was Ratty's friend. So Ratty may have recognized
all
him.
he did, all he did was insult us, and you know, he actually said, I remember this, and my memory these days, I don't keep these details in my mind these days, but I remember he gave us an example of what corruption is. And it was a mother who was helping her child by copying homework on her work photocopying machine. That's corruption. And I said, you know what? This is an insult. This is a joke, but it's not funny. And we sat there for 1 hour, and he insulted the poor lady who was holding up the thing, saying that your time is up. He advised her to, you know, you just go sit down, because you don't really know what you're doing and who you're dealing with. Just go sit down. And that's my memory of the last conference. I met people that was nice, socialized, but I didn't leave with the feeling that we were heard, that we even really had a voice. And that anything substantive was going to come of it. So that was my take.
All right, Herb, you've been to at least one that I'm aware of. What's your take on it?
Well, the alias of that minister, I believe, as our good friend Lonesome put it, is Hugging. I won't call any names. I'm just saying, you know. But listen, at one point you had faith that maybe, just maybe, there would be some dynamic leadership demonstrated, and that they could really close ranks with us and get the assistance, honest assistance of the diaspora. But check this out. Don't forget, you know, going back to what the ambassador asked, Ratty. Under Public Law 114-291, our diaspora citizens can initiate certain actions without being prompted by her. So if she were smart, she would have recommended that we use that to address the situation with Jamaica, and to even suggest ways of the State Department or DOD or some other government agency who operates in the area to give assistance. Because look, when it comes to beds, when it comes to mattresses, when it comes to pillows, DOD have a tremendous amount of that in storage. And there's wartime storage where stuff ages out. They can, in fact, turn over some of that storage to the hospital in Jamaica, because DOD does write a plan that includes, if there's war in the Caribbean, say between them, the US and the Chinese, they would be using Jamaican hospital facilities to treat their military. right? They would expect that. So if they want that kind of support, go ahead and hand over some of this wartime stock that you have to put it inside the hospital so people don't sleep on truck tires and plywood board on top of the truck tires, right?
You're saying, Herb, the
Yeah.
U.S. has this surplus? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, here's my
Huge logistic
question.
surplus. Yeah.
How
Go
are
ahead.
you going to assure or ensure that these donations get to those hospitals that need it? Speaking as somebody who has been a part of teams that have made substantial donations of medical equipment and supplies, and I could tell you that a lot of those things end up in the offices of private doctors. They end up being sold, whatever. It doesn't always get to the desired destination. So, one thing that's missing from our conversations tonight is the effect of corruption on every single thing we've discussed. So, we want aid from this one, we get loans from that one. But is corruption a part of this analysis? Is it a part of the equation? Why some decisions are made and others are not made? Corruption is staring us in the face.
I would say this to you, Michelle. The quickest way to get the Magnitsky in effect is for them to go mess with stuff that the U.S. donate directly that they would deliver to the hospitals and make it disappear. And then that unit of Homeland Security investigators in Jamaica at the embassy, they would be pressed into action to investigate, and the rest would follow. I mean, it's the last thing you want to mess with is Uncle Sam's stockpile, because that's
Well,
basically what you get it from, the stockpile.
right. And the stockpile, it translates to taxpayers' money.
Money. Yes.
If you want to get a politician in America to move, just mention that taxpayers' money is being misspent, especially overseas.
Yep.
And you see something else. Let me just say that who was it? Hold on one second. Here it is. Jamaican Heart Talk. So my brother Ratty, you show you too much. It's like you don't want him to go to jail. Please, I would like some surprise.
Exactly.
No, here's what happened, Jamaican Heart Talk. Here's what happened. I'm only telling you, trust me. You see that head, yeah? It don't make only for wear hat. A whole heap of lyrics up there, so. Whole heap of things up there, so. And when me give you is a tiny fraction of what me know. A part of it is to, is death by 1,000 cuts. You make them can't sleep. Forget about the surprise. Because if it are going to happen, it's going to happen. But what you want to punish them. Because never before have they ever had to undergo such scrutiny from the diaspora. Maybe from anybody. So now, when you say, listen, we're coming, they don't know the time, they don't know the date, but they know we're coming. Can't sleep, man. And when you know you commit wrongs, and you know that you cannot rewrite those wrongs, because once you commit the crime, it's committed. It's like you rob a bank and you go home and you see a picture. Them say, oh, we're looking for this man, and you see a picture on the TV, and you say, no, I don't care about the money. Caring about the money won't help you because the crime has been committed. It's the same thing with them. But you sit down there, and you sit down there with a bag of money, and you watch the TV, and you see a picture, you know them going to hold you. You know them going to hold you. What that do to your psyche? What that do to your psyche? When you have your money overseas, and we know where the money there, and you know we say we're going to seize assets, what that do to your psyche? Because you can't, if you move it, we still have to find it, because what happens is that they're, transfers, they're permanent. They're permanent. Once you touch the SWIFT banking system, the American banking system, that's it. It's done. So don't worry, Jamaican Heart Talk. They want to get no fraction, and we're punishing them. No sleep, belly running, stress, blood pressure gone up, all kinds of things. And I think them call that, the part of that is like the Vietnamese, what do you call it, Herb? Like, it's similar to what them do, how them used to torture people in Vietnam. Slowly, and you know it'll come, and there's nothing you can do about it. So That's how it works, brethren. By the way, folks, the phone line is now open. 667-369-8569. Michelle is here with us. We have less than an hour to go. We have about 45 minutes to go. So now's the time to call. And yes, Angela, them are fret and stress out, can't sleep. That's the point. We don't want them enjoying the big life right now because what's gonna happen. We don't. Okay, all right. We get that call. Caller, welcome. Welcome to
Good evening. Good evening, panelists. I think, Mr. Rattigan, you and your guests have pretty much said everything. I'm living in the US, former member of the diaspora, until I realized that the diaspora has become an extension of the Jamaican government. And that is why the votes have been declining over the years, because people are not stupid. We know what's going on. And we are the voice of Jamaica, because in the main, Jamaicans are afraid to speak up. And this is why we're coming out. And I, for one, will be there on May the 10th.
Thank you.
I think it is.
Yes,
42nd and 2nd Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep up the good work. I have donated, and
Thank
I
you.
will try and make my efforts and get other people to donate to you, because we're tired of the foolishness.
I couldn't agree with you more. Much appreciated. Take care of
Thank you.
yourself. Okay. So, Michelle, let me put you on the spot. Are you going to come to the protest, and are you bringing your family members and your friends and your neighbors and your colleagues?
You will see.
Well, I'll be.
You go on my loudspeaker with your name on it, Michelle.
You're trying to make me a target. You'll see.
No, but the thing is, we have to speak out, because for far too long we have not been speaking out, and they've been getting away with bloody murder. They've been doing things that they shouldn't do. But they were comforted by the fact that people weren't speaking out, and they're like, sure, this will go with like a 9-day wonder. Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reasons for Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. I'm calling from Georgia.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
With you, Mr. Herb, I was trying to bring something to your attention, but I'm not sure if you saw it. Okay, so you have been speaking about the U.S. Justice Department, and what I noticed recently, they met with the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff only. And a few of the conversation include transnational fraud and firearm trafficking, right? But those were the only person in the meeting. That was on February 7th. And I think that's the same time when the New York senior officer went down to assist with the crime and violence issue. So would you want to think that there is something there that they have to go down and meet, because it's two senior persons from the Justice Department that went. It's actually on the U.S. Embassy website. That's where I saw the information.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, they've been coming, they meaning the Jamaican government, particularly the Prime Minister. They've been coming here to meet with law enforcement officials and intelligence officials to talk about the same thing time and time again. If you recall, they were here last December. If you recall, they were here in December 2023. They were here in December 2022. In fact, when the Prime Minister came in 2022, he came with the police commissioner to talk about national security issues. Then last year December, he came not with the police commissioner. He didn't come with the Minister of National Security. He came with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who took the opportunity to explain Plan Secure Jamaica, which is it is an expanded crime plan. So she was talking about things that she really doesn't really know about. You know what I mean? So
okay,
so they can come and they can talk and all this stuff, but at the end of the day, you go back and you look. Keep in mind that this China relationship is an impediment to any kind of offering that the U.S. government is going to give. Whatever they're going to give is going to be tied to that relationship. So we need to keep that in mind. So look, I'm all for them coming and having meetings and making Jamaica a safe place, not even a safer place, a safe place, because it's unsafe. Jamaica is unsafe, and anybody who would argue the position that Jamaica is safe, they're not well. They're not well.
Okay.
I mean, if you remember late last year, they put out there's a publication out of Washington D.C. that came out saying that Jamaica is one of the safest places in the world. And then it came out. Then we came to the realization that they were talking about safe for whom? For tourists, right? And then we know that rapes have been committed inside the resorts, all kinds of assaults. They'll tell you that it's 0.01% of the crimes committed in Jamaica. But the American government is saying, so are you saying then that I should wait until it's 5% before I do something about it? Or 10%?
Okay.
So I'm happy that they're doing it. And by the way, the gentleman who went from NYPD, who went down there, I am sure he's getting a tongue lashing from the State Department, because you cannot have this. The State Department can't come out and say, hey, Jamaica is an issue and blah, 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 blah. And then you come out, you go down there. And I don't know if it was the NYPD who paid his way or it was INL. INL is the International Narcotics Bureau. It's operated using state funds. Actually, it's an agency within the State Department. I don't know if they paid for him to go. Normally, when you have training like this, it's usually done by the State Department. But if they paid for him, whether they paid for him or not, they're saying, look, you're interfering with foreign policy, and that's not your bailiwick. You were supposed to come in and offer training and guidance and counseling and advice to these people. You weren't supposed to talk about the travel advisor. That's our preserve. That's not yours. So I'm sure he got a good talking to, and who knows, maybe they asked him to leave already. When I was working overseas in the State Department, something like this would have got you thrown out of the country immediately. The State Department people would have called you in, you would have gone to see the ambassador, and they would have just said, you know what, pack your bags, go. So we shall see. But anyway, thanks for the call, man.
All right, thank you much.
Take care. All right, bye-bye. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Hello?
Yes, could you turn your device down, please?
May I move from this, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Me watch your program earlier, but I hope I hear in your program this evening.
Yeah, man. Tell me about them.
Like somebody, like one of your Carlos and them was speaking about who give the Chinese the land and all these things.
Right.
Those was error. The land was given to the Chinese by Bruce Golding.
Oh, so it was given,
right?
So what I'm saying, it was given and it was given by the Jamaican government.
But it wasn't. Was the government.
Okay, all right. I'll bring that up with Carlos.
And and him get it for a piece of land up on Mount Rasa, that was giving a whole lot of problem. Bouye went to Bruce Golding for additional fund to fix that problem. And him decided saying, I give him no more. He started a riff where Bruce Golding, then the Chinese buy out the Bouye contract for $1 billion, and Bouye move out of Jamaica. Bruce Golding was the one who carried the China Harbor community to fix the airport road. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He got a grant from them for $480 million. China give them. That worked out about $53 billion at the time.
Okay.
Right? So no need to do research on that.
No. Wait a minute. No. I'm talking about the errors. You said the first error is that Bruce Golding gave away the land.
Yeah, it was Bruce Golding, not Bruce. Peter Phillips re-signed when he became government, but it was already in policy. So he only re-signed as a new government.
Right.
He wasn't the one who donated the land. It was 2,200, right? But that piece of land then get to the Mount Rasa Lega Highway where they have some sinking. Every time they fix it, it dropped.
Mm-hmm.
So Bruce Golding behind it and then buy a Bouye contract, and that's where you go. And
right.
one
give me the other one.
concern me, I need to talk to you one day, 1 hour, because I don't think America should sit and allow the Chinese to spread root in Jamaica, you know. It is much more meet the eyes, you know.
It's more. It's
It
what?
is much more. I live in a community where China, I take it every little store, every little building, then take it over, you know. And I tell you something else where me observe. They are smuggling people in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Every morning, me live in a town, a built up area, and every day you can see 2 or 3 or 4 like 18 or 20-year-old Chinese. So you see me live, them container come at them place. One place, then dwell in one place, one big place where they will pull for them live. The container coming down, pull at the wharf, because you know the government give them part of the wharf for themselves.
Right.
So you container don't pull at the wharf, you go in at them building, and then he pull. They send one customer officer to come look what him there. She out the door, him out the door, chat and laugh. They don't do that. Then just give them money and that's that.
All right. What is your name? Give me your first name.
You know, come up on the site.
No, man. Give me your first name.
Anthony.
All right, Tony. You might call it Tony.
No.
All right, Tony. You call and you say that we have a whole heap of errors. You give me one already. Is that the only one or you have others?
But I say, yes, told me live and everybody know me as a politician. Certain things me can't do like publicly.
No. But may I ask you, do you have no? Because no, Tony. Because I want to raise them with Carlos. So that's why I'm asking you. You give me one already. You have.
That's why I say, you could have talked half the
okay,
year.
All right, fine. All right, no problem. All right.
Because even since we, me call. Low some but me not see him, come like him pick up when me find him making other thing. Because when the Prime Minister opened the road this week, the people don't say enough for open because not ready. But when me listen his wife, she's not and she name out say people run off the road go down and I see. What a crash on the road, people are flood out. She said that's not her speech when they are walking the road,
Right.
And the Prime Minister go back after that now, after him done talk already, because of when wife say him go back go have a second talk. And him talk about 40 a year ago. The era was flooding out. So there's nothing new. So what the hell him a do?
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. All right, so we have one error we have to correct. And then you and I will talk further on sometime in the near future.
Yeah,
no, may I ask you 2 questions, and then I want to turn you. I want ask Herb and Michelle if them have any questions for you. Just 2 things. Do you view this human smuggling, the Chinese are doing in your neighborhood? Do you view it as a threat? And if you do view it as a threat,
yes, man, serious threat.
All right,
yes,
good. All right, Hold on. The question was a yes or no. No, hold on. I'm gonna ask you the next question. You view it as a threat. What is your idea as to how to deal with this threat now?
Well, big brother, I hope America they need to put on your foot, because they China now come to Jamaica and no good is them a come give a land them is a base them a set up around and America is their target.
No, but hold on a second. The Minister of National Security him said, hey, look, we have some of the best investigators in the if not the world, in the hemisphere, right? So why would you want America to come and put them foot down? Why wouldn't you go to the Ministry of National Security and say, hey, listen, we have an issue here, and because we have some of the best in the hemisphere, at least.
Come on, Rattigan. Yeah, mess up the thing, man. Yeah, mess up the whole thing. You know, so we government literally can. You know, so 90% of what they do, are where they can get. They might take a benefit. They might sell we out.
So that's why I'm asking now, what is your plan? What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? Now that you know they must sell you out, what are you going to do?
No, man, I might vote, I mean, if I go
thank you very much, sir. Say no more. Say no more. Say no more. Attorney Michelle, Herb, you have any questions for Tony?
No, not really.
I look. One I think
no, Tony, hold on a second, Tony. Hold on.
This is not official information, but I've been told that these Chinese are just taking over a large part of St. Elizabeth as well. It's a very uncomfortable situation. People, I think it's serious. I think the United States, well, the Jamaican government is not seeming to pay attention, but somebody needs to look at what's going on with China in Jamaica. I was told that there are over 300,000, I don't know if this is accurate, Chinese in Jamaica. That's a critical mass. And they're all trained soldiers, by the way. They all have to join the military. Am I correct on that, Herb? You're muted.
Yeah, they deploy a lot of PLA officers down to the Caribbean. And of course, the People's Liberation Army. That's the Chinese army. And so these guys are well trained, and they know how to collect intelligence.
And they're also in every nook and cranny. They're not just in one place, they're all over. This is a strategy.
Well, don't forget that they act as the police to police up their own people who are deployed also. So there's a lot of work in Chinese all over the Caribbean.
Those places where they are, they're not supposed to be there. There's no construction going on. I'm traveling the country to a little town, and the shop, which should be run by a Jamaican.
Free. You left work, you go have a drink, you go hang out. Them are Chinese have to go in and go to one place like a cow gate, you know.
Yeah, well, the culture different and the mission different.
So they are
you know?
not free people.
Anyway,
right?
20 then you got to
We are free because Marcus Garvey, Paul Bogle, Sam Sharp, people pay for our freedom. So we're free.
Community, anything where them are do out there, don't own by the individual, you know, owned by the government of China. That is where our problem is.
Understood. Well, listen, we're going to talk more, all right? Take care of yourself.
Yeah, man.
Be well. All right.
Yeah, man.
Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Okay. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Cayman Island, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I hear you. Cayman Island.
Yes, I'm calling from the Cayman Islands. I'm a regular viewer of the program and a supporter, of course.
Thank you.
And yes, so I just want to send greetings to you, Herb, of course, and Michelle, your guest.
Yes.
So it's a great job that you all been doing, and for me, this is one of the best things that is happening to Jamaica since I was born.
Wow.
With no apology to anyone, because the interest that you all have, we all have as collective members in diaspora, is that we're doing something now, and this is what I've always hoped for. And I've always reasoned with friends and families that one day Jamaica will change, but it will happen from external forces, meaning that this change won't take place just within Jamaica itself and the people that has interest in politics in Jamaica running the country. Yes, so I'm happy for this movement, and I'm very supportive of it. And as much as possible, always tune in to the program, the chat, you know, with everyone. Someone, Jamaican Carlos and everyone else.
All right.
Yeah, so yeah, so like I said, I'm continue supporting this channel, the cause, and the movement, of course.
All right. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing you on the 10th of May. All right.
No problem. Thanks.
Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York.
Yes, New York. Go ahead. Talk to us.
Okay. I'm from Jamaica. My neighborhood, there's, I know people there who have stores, and they rent the stores like for.
Turn on your device, please.
And I know it's Chinese.
Could you please turn?
Of them, these Chinese people, they came there and they would offer the owner 3 times the amount of money for the rent, and they're renting the place. So what they're doing, like small companies, they would go in, offer the company, the person for the stores, 4 or 3 times the amount of money. So eventually they take over the whole Jamaica. So the small business, they're out of a job. You know, like it's a big, what should I say, like a big plaza with their money. And that's all they go and offer more money.
Right.
And they gravitate to the more money and they're like selling out Jamaica.
Right. I think that's the point Carlos was making. Point well taken. Yeah. Yeah.
You have the highway and you can take highway with US dollars and you can use credit card. You gotta use cash. So there's no way you can trail the money.
Okay.
How can you have a prime minister run your country like that?
Good question.
All of us.
All right. Well, look, thanks for the support. Thanks for your remarks, and we'll talk soon. See you on the 10th. All right. Bye-bye. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Florida.
Yes, sir.
Hello to you guests, Michelle and Herbs. In light of what was just said by a few people, I'm not saying the diaspora is not involved, but it begs the question with regard to the issue of guns being imported in the island. It begs the question, if no one can account for what the Chinese are doing, no one knows those containers coming in the country, nobody is inspecting them, assuming nobody is, how can we not find out exactly what's in those containers and whether or not we can guarantee that they're not importing guns or whatever into the island? How can we say it's just the diaspora? Why accuse the diaspora of doing stuff like that? And they cannot, verify whether or not stuff coming through the Chinese port or even through the regular ports that they're shipping stuff into the country. How can we know that whether or not they're bringing illegal stuff, including guns, into the island?
Look, that's a great question. It's a great question, and we'll have to look to the Jamaican Ministry of National Security for answers to that. And I suspect that most people say they don't have any answers or they won't give us any answers. But that's a great question.
So in the diaspora, we cannot allow them to scapegoat us for everything, because people out there are going to say, "Oh, you guys in the diaspora, you're bringing the guns here," and we shouldn't accept that.
No, we shouldn't. And one of the things I propose is that since they have something called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the government should say to them, listen, you represent us, or you represent the diaspora. You go out and find out who's sending these guns. You go out and take care of all of these problems. That's what they should do. Deputize them, train them, put them to work.
Yes, and in addition, they should invest in I don't know whether or not they're doing it, but invest in X-ray machines that you X-ray every single thing that's coming in the island.
They have some machines at the port, but you know how it is. You know what I mean? You know how it is. They do have some machines. I don't know if they're reliable. I don't know if they're durable, but I've seen pictures. So there we go.
But somebody needs to take a look at that and don't just blame diaspora and say, "You bad guys, you're sending guns into."
Well, the next time,
we should not accept it as a given.
Well, let me leave you with this. The next time the ambassador, you should go to the website and see when they're going to have somebody of interest coming on the Let's Connect platform with the ambassador, and then you should sign up and come on and then ask them that question, because that's a great question. I don't have the answer for you.
I sure will, and I'll see you in
May 10th.
in New York.
Yes, bring your family, bring your friends, all right?
Man.
Yeah, my brother. No Talk soon. All right. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you have a question for the panel. We have Michelle here. We have Herb here.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. May have is a comment there for me, because when we realize, when we realize say, you hear me?
Yeah, man, you have to we're soon finish the program, so you kind of have to hurry it up. For you.
I know something quick. Man.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Because when we seeing like them make the issue look like a crime. Is a crime, or just crime alone.
Mm-hmm.
The protest is again. So, what more than like if we do make a big placard with Jamaican government corruption. make them see that is a big issue.
Let me ask you a question. Where do you live in the US or you live in Jamaica?
In Jamaica, man.
All right. Just for you, we're going to have that placard. I was gonna tell you that if you live in America, I would be looking forward to seeing you. I would get that placard so you can carry it.
Yeah, more than definitely I feel that someone.
You come or no?
Definitely.
You come?
No, man, me I come, man. Me I come, man. more like in Canada.
Oh, you're going to do one up in Canada? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to have the one for you with the corruption thing. We're going to have the one. So when you see the street,
man,
when you are street,
they might make it look like it's a crime issue. It's just and to be frank, government corruption, it has everything. Everything. I just a trickle-down effect.
Right.
From the corruption.
Well, you know what?
And we know that.
Well, Elfie Eats with Carol in the chat room. She said that was on one of the placards, and she's correct. But we have to make more placards with that.
Yeah.
So you can see it. Yeah. All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. Yes, sir?
Bless up.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Good. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan. Good night, Mr. Herb and Miss Michelle.
Good night.
I'm from Elmont, New York.
My place. Go ahead. Talk to me.
I know. So I'm going back earlier to the earlier section. We're talking about the 30, the Miami 30, the concert. They are concerned about the
dirty
Miami
30. Yeah.
But how concerned are they when May 9th come with about the New York? It won't be 30.
See there? Come and know you're going there, right?
Definitely.
See him so. See him so.
So how concerned are they going to be? And I have another thing to say about Miss Kamina Johnson.
Yes.
About the healthcare.
Yes.
She said that there are in the health and security. So maybe she might got that update from the Minister of Health in Jamaica. But does she really know what is going on? Because they don't go to the hospitals in Jamaica when they're sick.
True.
And their families, they fly out to get medical care.
True. That's just a talking point. It's a talking point. It's something that, it sounds good, in the media, and so they just say it. But truth be told, you're right. If when they're sick, they're not going to KPH when they're sick.
Exactly. And firsthand, I have experienced Cornwall Regional Hospital over 8 years ago when my mother fell and broke her hip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
And she was transferred from one hospital in Manchester to Cornwall Regional. And let me tell you, the treatment, not even a dog you treat like that.
Wow.
Luckily, I was in Jamaica at the time. And I remember when I went up to the floor to look for her, because for them to do the surgery, do you know that the doctor had to give me a script and I have to walk down into Montego Bay to some, shop that they sell the screw to do her hip, to replace the hip. I have to go and buy to bring it back to them.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And the way how she was treated on that floor, it was a disgrace.
Yes.
After the surgery, she spent one more day, and I took her out and take her home.
Yeah.
So it's a disgrace with the healthcare system down there, and I'm just sorry for the people who can't afford it.
And that's most of the people.
Yeah, and I have a question to ask you. This was not part of the discussion this evening. Can a mayor also run for a councillor?
Where, in Jamaica?
Isn't that a conflict of interest?
In Jamaica?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, and I hate to hazard a guess. I can write the question down and get you an answer. Can a sitting mayor?
Yes, sir.
Can a sitting mayor
run? I don't believe that's possible. Yeah, he cannot. He would be occupying the space as the head of all councillors.
Right?
It is.
But he can't occupy somebody else's chair who should be on that committee as a councillor. Is either a councillor or he's the mayor.
Yeah, Herb is saying that no, you can't be a sitting mayor and then a councillor. But you're saying that it's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna WhatsApp you the name of the area, okay?
No problem.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you for listening to me.
No problem. Anytime. All right, bye-bye. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where you
Yeah,
calling from?
Ratty.
Yes.
Just to respond to that caller earlier. Yes, a mayor can run. A mayor can run because a mayor is actually a councillor before he's made into a mayor.
So a sitting mayor,
Yes.
sitting mayor can run for
As a councillor.
As a
He has
councillor.
to. He has to because, for example, Richard Query in St. Mary, he's the councillor. He's the mayor there, but he runs as a councillor.
Does he get 2 salaries?
You understand? Every mayor, they didn't run as a mayor, unlike Portmore, where they have a municipality that they are shooting for. But in terms of every council seat right now across in the local government election, everybody is vying for a seat as a councillor. And upon the end of it, whoever is more victorious, then the councillors come together to say this is the person that is leading the municipality. And that person is then
that's information I'm getting from somebody who's going to call in right now. Thank you for the clarification. And
yeah, man.
And keep supporting the program. And I'll see you on the 10th in New York.
Definitely, brother.
Yeah, man. All right. Big up yourself, my brother. All right. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
New York, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, before you go no further, you know, you after the other program, at the protest, you know. And by the way, Claudia,
I need one of those cat cards. Make sure you bring one to Brooklyn when I come in.
But now you have to come on Manhattan, the thing there. I'm not Brooklyn.
I'll come to Manhattan. I'll be the one to bring that one.
Don't hold on. You tell me for bring it. I know you are going to bring it. Who are going to bring it?
No, I mean, I'll be carrying it around. When you carry it, come to me.
All right, no problem. No problem. And see, Claudia in the chat said New York will have 3,000 strong.
Yeah.
Claudia, let me get my hopes up now. Because if 3,000 people show up, that's our problem.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
If when I'm ready to go home and I need a business, I'm not going to get the place to do my business because all these Chinese coming in going to take over everything. You understand?
Right.
So by the time I am ready to go back home, when Jamaica is ready for me to go back home, then I need somewhere where I can start my own business for myself.
I understand.
You know?
I understand. Well, then you need to come out and let us hear your voice. Join the chorus. All right.
One more thing. I don't know if you know that Sligoville. Sligoville is one of the first free villages in Jamaica, and there is where I am from.
Okay.
And if you see that road in Sligoville, you'll be surprised to know that it's one of the first free village. And then you have politicians go there every year to do manifest, and that is all they care about.
So you tell me, the road, so we have to tell me, you know, no Nylon road out there, you know, no Baba Green road out there. That you tell me?
It's just the road. What I would say, the main road running back to Red Hills, to Spanish Town, and to Bagua.
Okay.
And most of those roads are full of potholes.
All right.
You know?
Well, we have to go to something about that.
The road to go down where I live, what they call village, that road was pressed, mauled and pressed and everything, and then leave it for rain to come and wash it off.
All right.
Sad
but true.
We really need the changes. We need to go back home. I don't love America like that. I want to go back home and enjoy my country.
Well, come join us and let's see if we can make a change. All right. And at least
I program almost every week, but I'm just there listening and observing, you know.
All right, my brother. So maybe we can get the government to make the change. Either way, where we are seeking is change. Well, either this government are going to make the change and take care of people like you, take care of the neighborhood, or them have a different government will do it. But all I'm saying to them, I don't care who you vote for, just vote to somebody who going to get you your Baba Green.
Which one of them made the change
as long as you get the Baba Green. That's what I said. That's what I said. I agree with you. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to vote now. I'm going to run, but I'm going to stick, see up the tent. All right. I'm here your talk before that. So.
Yes, sir.
Everything nice. Take care of yourself. Be well. Bye bye.
Hey, Ratty.
Mm-hmm.
Let me modify what I said earlier.
Hold on 1 second. Herb is clarifying something.
A according to the Parish Council Act, the mayor of a parish is also a councillor for one of the electoral divisions in the parish.
Okay.
In other words, he has to represent an electoral division.
Okay.
And then they'll, like they said, they come together and they choose the mayors. So if the majority PNP, I think it's usually 4 of them you have. So if they can decide on which one of the division winners as council,
Right.
should become mayor, they vote for them. So
Okay.
they say the mayor can run as a council member for the same division that he or she represents as the mayor. However, the mayor cannot run as a council member for a different division than the one he or she is assigned to.
Okay.
You follow?
Okay, I do. So the mayor can run as a council, but only division where
he's assigned to. Yes.
Okay.
He's representing that division.
Okay.
He's also the overall mayor for the city. Or
Okay.
the town or whatever.
All right. No problem. Thanks for the clarification. Rolda said there should be a march at Jamaican Embassy in DC, like the Million Man March. There will be, Rolda. There will be a march in DC, and it will be
I think the second week, the week of I think it's like the 13th or the 14th is a Friday in June.
There you go. You heard it from the man who's coordinating that protest, Herb Nelson. So there is one there. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. Michelle, Mr. Rattigan, and Herb, of course.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, can the government of Jamaica be sued for the people who have died? Can the relatives sue the government of Jamaica for all those people who have died? Because some of those persons at the hospitals, they're waiting for situations or sickness that could have been avoided, death. They have been looked after immediately or in some reasonable time. So can you answer the question? Can the relatives sue the government for negligence because of their family member's death?
All right. Thanks, caller.
Okay.
All right. Michelle, what do you think?
Well, you can sue for negligence if you can prove it. Yeah.
Right. I tend to think that yes, you can sue. Anybody can sue anybody, you know. But like you said, they'd have to prove it. And what would the duty be? How would they violate the duty? If they said they don't have any doctors to staff it, would that be negligence in saying, well, you're negligent because you should have enough staff there? I don't know. I'll have to say that one for ISAT when he comes back. Let me grab this call in the meantime. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Connecticut, brother.
Yes, sir. Talk to me. Before you go no further,
You guys talking about all these things, but I'm saying, who's there to deal with the minister them who are corrupt and the police them who are contract killers?
Who's there to do what?
To deal with all these ministers that are corrupt.
Well,
and all them police doing contract killing.
Well, here's the thing. Before you can do any of that, you have to have something called proof, right? You have to have evidence to show that these people.
Yeah, but Mr. Rattigan, we all know what's going on in Jamaica, man, and we see what's going on.
Yeah, but let me ask you,
all these cops that you don't see how much cops getting caught for robbery and all these things.
So they're getting caught then?
Yeah, but I'm saying we need to clean up the police force. That's the first thing, man.
All right.
Without the police force clean up, we ain't going nowhere.
All right. Let me ask you a question. You and I and Herb and Michelle, we all agree that there is corruption in the police force, that there is corruption in Parliament. We're trying to do something about it through various acts and lawsuits. But let me ask you, since you have recognized it as we have, give me a solution. Give me something that you're thinking about
You see what you guys doing with the protests and all them things? It's the right way we're going, man. That's the right way, But we need more togetherness, man.
All right. So what that tells me.
Jamaican, that's the main thing.
All right.
Togetherness, bro.
All right. Are you working on Friday, May 10th?
Yeah. I'm there, man. I'm gonna be there, man.
All right.
I was in Washington to protest Donald Trump at the White House, so why I won't be there?
You're right. You're right. But if you can take the train and come all the way to DC, certainly you can just come over to New York City and participate.
Yeah, I just moved from New York, man. I used to live in New York for many years, man. I just moved to Connecticut. So
All right.
I'm in New York every Sunday, so. You know.
Well, I tell you what, I like your spirit, and I like your passion. So let's plan on talking. And I hear there's your wife in the background. I hear.
We're hungry about it, man. The system in Jamaica, man. You know, we have property down there, building and all these things. And it's like, you know, it gives you a vibes like, you know, you're saying, man, how can a country be like that, man? A beautiful place like that.
Tell me how you make some money.
It's crazy, man.
Right.
You know, I used to do Juta tour, bro. And I can tell you this. There's so much beautiful place in Jamaica. It's unbelievable, man. What these guys doing to the country, man.
So crazy.
Right. Is that your wife, your sister, your girlfriend, your daughter in the background? Your wife. Wife, how are you? Welcome to Reason, Miss Rattigan. Listen, wife, I agree with you and your husband 100%. And
Man, you don't even know how Andrew is, brother. You're not lying.
right. And you should be.
I'm one of your first supporter from day one. Remember me tell you that.
I will remember that.
Yes, sir. I'm very angry.
Right.
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes.
We're trying to.
is there a way that people like this caller can email or call in so we can start building a database of supporters?
Hold on one second, brother. Yeah, we are discussing it right now to develop that database, so that people calling our people leave a message that they're registered, and that we know who they are, like loyal supporters. Yes. Okay. Caller, listen. Look, I want to thank you for the call, and I want to thank you for your passion. And I hear it in your.
I'm gonna be there, man. I'm gonna be there with my placard about the Prime Minister and the corrupt police, man. I'm gonna make my placard and turn.
And I tell you what, we're getting a permit. We're getting a permit for a loudspeaker, so don't be afraid to and make speeches.
Talking about, man. We're going to come talk about it, man. We need back a country, bro.
All right, cool. We may have to get 2 loudspeakers then, one for you and one for wifey.
Yeah. I really think Mr. Rattigan, but we love the world, man. I'm not telling you, we need Jamaicans to come together, man, and realize, hey, we're all in this together, man. You know, let's put away the color and talk about love and unity. Go back to the days where we used to cook and share with one another. All them things we need. That's what I'm saying. We need them love, man.
Right, yeah. It reminds me of the song when we played tonight in Ballistic Affair, Leroy Smart. You remember that song then? Well, you have to tune in tonight too, You have to relax with the Rebel midnight on Reggae Global Radio. You have to tune in tonight. Your wife, you have to tune in. And by the way, the second hour, you get to tell me what song you want me to play. The first hour, my hour. The second hour, your hour. How about that?
All right. I'm going to call you and make you play a song, man.
You can't call in. You have to go into the chat room and link me that way. We don't have a phone line for the program.
I will.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. Wifey, big up yourself.
Every time, man.
Likewise.
I love it, Mr. Rattigan. Good work.
Thank you, my brethren. Take care now. Be well. All right.
Many more like you, man.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. Well, I'm turn off the phone now. It's so funny, because I see where people in the chat are saying, no, Ratty, you can't end it at 8 o'clock. It's too soon. But, we have next week I come up. So, and then we have the protests that come up, and we have some plans for all of you. We're going to ask for some volunteers. We're kind of like finalizing how many volunteers we're going to need and where we're going to have them provide the support. But rest assured that you're all involved. This is not just a Rattigan thing, a Rupert Francis thing, a Herb thing, or the rest of people in the group are 8. It's not. It's everybody's in thing. And so we're going to ask you to get involved because we have the time, so you can actually make plans, prepare, and participate. Well, Michelle, I want to thank you for coming, and I want to ask you if you have any closing remarks before I go to Herb, and then we just call it.
Well, I want to congratulate both of you for what you're doing, and you're a shining light, obviously, for you're providing hope. And I know that this is a movement and it's going to continue to build. So thank you both for having me.
All right, you're welcome. And don't forget, this is home for you. So you open the door and come in anytime. You
All
don't need
right, all right. I'll
Herb.
remember.
Of course, you
Well, Michelle not gonna get away now. Now that she put her hand on that this program is like they're gonna know her now, and they're gonna want to hear from her some more.
Right.
So
Right.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Right. And, you see, and Michelle, look at it. We've been going at this since 3 o'clock, and we still have 1,900 people or 1,900 devices. Because some devices have maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 people.
More people.
I know for sure. Dorrit in Manchester, she have a veranda full of people are watching the program right now. Dorrit, big up yourself and your crew.
Yes.
Her.
Yeah.
I want to talk about one of the things I just found in the research. The relatives of patients in Jamaica's hospitals have a legal duty to care for their relatives and cannot abandon them in hospitals without consequences. However, this does not necessarily mean that they can sue the hospitals for negligence if their relatives die from a lack of resources. Negligence is a legal term that requires proving the hospitals owe the duty of care to the patient, that they breached that duty and the breach caused the death, and that the death resulted in damages. This may be difficult to establish in a situation where the hospitals are facing resource constraints due to like COVID-19 pandemic and any other factors. So, if we're looking at them,
it's an uphill battle, but I mean, you need to test the system. That's the only way to know if it works. You need to test it.
Yeah, but the problem that we're looking at, and I think we all understand, where does Jamaica go to get its crutch or its crutches whenever they're coming up short in finance, and whenever there's just too much restrictions on them placed by the IMF and World Bank? Okay. Now, we were told about a year ago that the surplus could not be touched. And that was the reason why they could not fix bridges, roads that wash away, right? That the surplus was being restricted by the IMF. And then at the end of the year, they keep boasting that they have all this surplus. And then you ask them that question, then they come back with that answer. So now next year, with the election year, they're making a tremendous amount of promises. And the promises mean that they're going to dip into that surplus and start using it, right? So you have to wonder, where is it written by the IMF that they couldn't touch it? We have to take their word for it.
Right.
And that's the thing that really bothers me, because we've seen things go from bad to worse. And now we're seeing it in the healthcare industry. We know it's bad enough with our roads and our bridges, and people's car front end mashing up because these bad roads, these pothole roads. And when you go down and visit and you rent a car, they put an extra $3,000 on your credit card to make sure if the car come back and the front end is damaged, your $3,000 gone, even though it may only take $300 to repair it. So we have a problem. Well, a big time problem down there. And you don't know who to trust. So again, appreciate the listeners today, and Michelle, you for coming on. All right. Big up to you all out there.
It's funny. A virgin right now said some people in the chat I said Michelle I got till 11. Then I said where some people I said no, you need to go till 9. All right, I'll tell you what, next week, well, let's see how let's see what's gonna happen next week. But for tonight, we're gonna end it here. But it's not over. You can join me tonight at midnight on Relax with the Rebel. I'm looking forward to
Oh, God.
I'm looking forward to communicating with all of you in the chat. And I know, our regular crew, I mean, they're very, very lively. And I'm being told by the radio station that we have on the average about 12,500 people listening to the 2-hour program from midnight to 2. And that's remarkable. So I look forward to seeing all of you. Until then.
Ratty,
Be blessed.
let me say this. Michelle, somebody's saying that you had some more to say and you got interrupted.
That probably happened, but I don't remember what I was saying when I was interrupted. It probably happened a while back.
All right. Well, next week when you come on, you can say.
All right. Reggae girl, go to bed now. Set your alarm. Go to bed now, get some sleep and show up there. Taylor, how you mean you can't keep up till midnight? Go sleep now and then come back. I'll come at midnight. All right. Come join the 12,000, 13,000 people from all over the world listening to the Rebel. All right. So
okay. All right. It's been great.
Take care. Be well.
Bye, everybody.
Good people.